talk about this major issue of productivity. We were expecting the Minister for Industry. Unfortunately, he had a last-minute commitment, so he unfortunately couldn't make it, but he did have a few words of welcome for you, so we'll show you a video starting now. Secretary General, dear Mathias, CORMANN, ambassadors, representatives of the OECD Global Forum on Productivity. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you here at the Ministry of the Economy, Finance and Industry in Paris. I was looking forward to being with you. Unfortunately, I had a last-minute commitment, but I would like to thank the Treasury, OECD, and indeed France Stratégie who organized this event. We have major structural challenges ahead. Demographic change, climate change, and it seems indispensable to look at the impediments and indeed factors of productivity and competitiveness. We need to develop sustainable and inclusive growth, but of course we need to take a special look at the protection of the more vulnerable populations and address inequalities. Human development is critical for productivity. This is, of course, essential for the structural development of our economies. There are new skills, new jobs. There's artificial intelligence, of course, but the greening of labor as part of the environmental transition. This is why France decided to dedicate this issue to the role of human capital. Developing productivity is, of course, a major priority for France. This is nothing new. As early as 2018, we had the National Council for Productivity, which was supposed to look at the level of productivity, major trends, and make recommendations to the government every year. The latest policies should improve productivity and sustain long-term growth. For example, reforms in the labor market makes it possible to keep in the market the more productive and more skilled employees, but there's also apprenticeships, vocational training, and you can improve skills, upskill workers throughout their lifetimes. And so the purpose is to be agile and make sure that France remains at the forefront of technology. Education is also a priority of our economic policies. And in fact, there's a shock of knowledge that was created to help students go to the right skills. We also worked hard to work against school dropouts. I mean, this has improvements have been made in France more so than in other countries of Europe. So we can only welcome this, and we should pursue our efforts to ensure that our kids get good education at school because they are tomorrow's workers. At the Ministry of Industry, we of course consider this a priority. Reindustrializing the country as a priority. This will make a major difference and it will ensure our sovereignty. So strong measures are being implemented with the new Act on Green Industry to create greenfield sites. But there are new policies for new jobs in France, promoting tomorrow's technologies, working both for the digital and the green transition. Simplifying the economic formalities should also make a difference. Sustainable development of productivity is a long-term ambition. OECD works on this, has been working for many years. The ambitions and policies in your countries should also make a difference and help us address today's and tomorrow's challenges. I have no doubt that today's talks will be up to the challenge. I won't be here today, but I will look forward to looking at the report of this forum. Have a lovely conference. Thank you. Well then, it is our pleasure to welcome here the Director General of the Treasury, Bertrand Dumont.
Mesdames, Messieurs les ambassadeurs,
Ambassadors, dear representatives of the OECD Global Forum on Productivity, dear guests and friends, welcome here to Bercy. It is a pleasure to see you. attend this forum here at the Ministry of the Economy and Industry. As you know, this is a joint organization with France Stratégie and OECD, and I would like to thank them both for their efforts and for all the arrangements they've made for this forum, and should also like to recognize their commitment to this work and to today's discussions. So the idea was to bring together as many experts as possible from academia, but also civil society, and indeed international organizations, but also policymakers, because of course it's all very well to think about these issues, but we have to see how policies are being implemented, and we have to look at the economic context in which our work is taking place. And so this gathering here should be an opportunity for us today to work effectively and make concrete progress. But one thing comes to mind when addressing productivity. Policymakers, and that came through in our minister's statement just now, facing a specific challenge. I mean, all those involved in policy making know full well that policies are often urgent. People try and address today's or tomorrow's priority. You know, well, here in France we have the budget being voted on, and that is, of course, one of the determining factors in decision-making. And, of course, part of the background that certainly makes the present context makes, of course, a significant difference. But productivity has another time frame. We're looking at the medium term here. We have to look at objectives. Well, the time scale is more in terms of years or decades rather than days or weeks. But we do know that unless we act on productivity, we'll be jeopardizing growth, the wealth of our societies. Indeed, we will endanger social cohesion, and our ministers alluded to that in his video statement. And so all this is very much at stake. And so over and beyond the issue of the best possible recommendations or policies we might advise, and indeed we'll be working on that. The big issue is to see just how this translates into practice in the day-to-day decision-making process, because, of course, from the viewpoint of policymakers and decision-makers, and many of you are indeed policymakers and decision-makers, and yet there's this disconnect, isn't there, between the immediate term and the medium term. And so this is indeed something you have found in the Draghi report, and in Europe over the past few weeks, that was a reference in our thinking, because Mario Draghi is calling on Europeans to seize upon this challenge, the decline and the gap between Europe on the one hand and China and the US on the other. Why is Europe lagging behind? Well, one reason is, of course, the negative trend in European productivity. And so we have to arrive at new decisions, but also state a narrative that will put productivity right at the heart of our concerns, not just domestic, but also European-wide. Indeed, this should be part of our international concerns. And so we have to balance these fundamental medium-term challenges, which condition prosperity, really, but the immediate short-term concern of decision-making. Now, the issue of human capital, which is the theme of today's work, is a good illustration of that tension, which is indeed intrinsic in our thinking on productivity, because what we're trying to do here is to conduct ambitious structural policies, but they should be, of course, defined over the medium term with a view to arriving at positive effects. I will list 4 of them. Not to worry, this is not going to be a long lecture, and as I said, the minister already alluded to this. We have the French example here of what we've been trying to do to redress the situation and arrive at new productivity gains. And number 1 is education, of course. It seems to us that the latest PISA survey of OECD should be a wake-up call. I mean, this should really be an incentive for us to rally around and do something about this. There's a significant drop, significant decline since the year 2000 in school performances, not just in maths, but in reading understanding. And that is, of course, the number one condition for human capital development. And so we have to respond now if we are to improve productivity over the long run. The Minister alluded to a number of reforms being implemented in France ever since, from kindergarten all the way to higher education. And we expect results to come over the long run. And since 2019, France is one of the few countries that has made compulsory education from age 3 onwards. And there are all sorts of policies being implemented for inclusion to address the issue of school dropout, to promote social mobility. And of course, we have to look at handicapped children as well. The second big challenge, and will be a quick concern, but that is vocational training. If we are to improve skills, if we want some sort of lifelong education, there are existing mechanisms for lifelong education, but we have to support these mechanisms. The upskilling, adaptation is again a necessary condition if we are to achieve productivity gains. And there again, significant efforts have been made to improve vocational training and lifelong education, looking at unskilled workers in particular. And of course, this has got to be done with senior workers, that is the older class of the population, to make work possible for our senior citizens so that they can also make a contribution to productivity and society at large. Number 3 is the issue of the green transition, and this is not an option. This is something all of us have got to go through. At least here in France, we consider this an obligation. Now, when we define policies to address climate change, to achieve a successful transition, we have to recognize that some of the policies seem ambiguous or may have an uncertain effect on productivity. Nonetheless, this is a shared objective, an international objective, involving not just private but also public players, so that at the end of the day we can be as efficient as possible in the green transition. And number 4, how can we remain at the forefront of technology? Our minister mentioned this. He said that efforts have been made to support our manufacturing capacity. This has got to be innovative. We know that productivity gains are mostly achieved in manufacturing, and the slowdown we have found, we've been experiencing over the past few years in terms of productivity is very much related, especially in France, is very much related to the decline of the manufacturing industry. And over the past few years, what we've seen is that this is not a fatal development. We can create new manufacturing jobs. We can attract new companies. We can target public or indeed private investment towards tomorrow's new technologies. And we have to keep going there if we are to achieve these gains. I shan't keep you much longer. You understand that productivity should be at the heart of our structural policies, and that is how we expect to improve our growth, to address tomorrow's challenges, and again to maintain social cohesion. Now, the work we're doing here should go down both lines. In other words, we need to have the right intellectual, economic criteria and the right keys, as it were, to arrive at the best recommendations. But how can the actual policies be the most relevant if we are to improve productivity? Now, This is an objective not just here in France, but European-wide, and all through the OECD area. This is a major concern. Thank you to all. And now I will give the floor to Mathias CORMANN, Secretary General of OECD. He joins us by video.
Ministers, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends all, a very warm welcome to this 2024 annual conference of the OECD Global Forum on productivity, on boosting growth and productivity, the role of human capital. Thank you so much to France and the Ministry of the Economy, Finance and Industry for hosting this conference and for co-organizing it with the OECD. This annual conference, the 9th since the Global Forum on Productivity was founded in 2015, helps to further advance our collective understanding of trends in productivity and productivity-enhancing policies. Productivity is central for economic progress, for improving incomes and living standards, and for ensuring fiscal sustainability. For workers, higher productivity means working smarter, not more hours, and being rewarded for it with higher wages. And for businesses with efficient production, processes tend to grow faster and create jobs. Yet, OECD-wide, productivity growth has declined significantly over the past few decades. In the 2010s, up to just before the COVID-19 pandemic, labour productivity growth in OECD countries averaged 0.8% per year, less than half of the 1.9% growth rate achieved in the 1990s. In France, labour productivity growth declined from 1.3% to 0.7% over that same period. This slowdown in productivity growth has been accompanied by a rising divide between the most and the least productive firms. Leading firms are pulling further away, while less productive firms are falling even further behind. Technological innovation and advancements, the digital transformation, artificial intelligence could unlock large productivity gains. But they could also further widen the gap between a few large firms and the others if there are barriers to adoption. And as population continues to age, studies suggest the rate of startups and productivity-enhancing worker mobility may decline, as well as, of course, the broader impacts of population aging on workforce participation and hence productivity growth. We need policy tools to respond to these trends and reinvigorate productivity growth through greater investment in innovation, better diffusion across firms and across countries, better diffusion of knowledge, better diffusion of efficient technologies, and improvements in education and skills. The main theme of this year's conference is indeed human capital. In our knowledge-based economies, human capital and skills are the key drivers of productivity. According to one empirical study in France, human capital has contributed 3/4 to productivity growth since the mid-1970s. Across OECD countries, 16% of the slowdown in productivity growth is estimated to be explained by lower human capital accumulation. OECD work undertaken for the Global Forum on Productivity shows that firms at the productivity frontier tend to employ twice as many skilled workers relative to the size of their workforce than low productivity firms. Skills shortages and skills mismatches are a key challenge for firms and policymakers. A new online survey of firms conducted by the Global Forum on Productivity found that 79% of firms across OECD countries report difficulties in recruiting personnel with the right skills. In France, this proportion is 82%. Labour shortages are especially high for jobs requiring digital, social and communication skills. Firms that cannot find workers with the right skills often use their existing employees to perform tasks beyond their ability. OECD work shows that almost 20% of workers report lacking the qualifications needed for their job, while about the same proportion report having higher qualifications than required. Reducing such skills mismatches would lead to a more efficient allocation of workers across firms. Improving human capital is also key to boosting innovation and the adoption of new technologies. Innovation relies on a skilled workforce, including researchers that create new ideas and technologies. It relies on firms that employ more skilled workers in the right positions, display a higher capacity to adopt new technologies. And OECD evidence shows investments in skills are important to reap the productivity benefits of using artificial intelligence at work. The OECD is supporting policymakers in reinvigorating productivity growth across 5 key priorities. First, on enhancing education in schools and workforce training. Priorities for improving school system performance are often specific to each country's unique circumstances and education policy framework. The OECD's Programme for International Student Assessment provides policymakers with a benchmark for comparing student achievement and tracking progress with educational reform. Our latest analysis from the 2022 round of testing shows how the use of technology in classrooms to support learning without creating distractions can be an invaluable tool for students. In July this year, we provided targeted recommendations for France in our economic survey, focusing on improving teacher quality, raising school autonomy, and better directing resources to disadvantaged students to improve educational outcomes. The OECD also provides guidance on expanding adult learning and vocational education programs to ensure that workers can acquire industry-relevant skills and successfully transition across jobs. Adult learning needs to become more flexible and more aligned with labour market needs through shorter, modular training offerings and content that better reflects an assessment of firms' and workers' training needs. France, for example, has recently reformed its apprenticeship system with positive results, though further progress can be achieved by better targeting financial support to those most in need, in particular, unskilled youth. Second, on promoting an appropriate level of worker mobility to enable a better matching of workers with firms. A job search support and career guidance for the unemployed and those looking to switch careers should be a priority. Programs such as France Travail help facilitate the reallocation of workers affected by the digital transformation and the climate transition. In December this year, we will launch the results of the second cycle of the OECD survey of adult skills with new data on the distribution of skills in the adult population across OECD countries, skills mismatches, and policy recommendations to help reduce those skills mismatches. Third, on enhancing competition and the business environment to boost business dynamism and innovation. Pro-competition policies have been statistically shown to have a strong positive association with productivity. Productivity is 50% higher in those OECD countries with the 25% most competition-friendly regulatory settings, compared to the 25% with the least competition-friendly regulation. In July, we launched the update of the OECD Product Market Regulation Indicators, a key policy tool that helps countries compare the effectiveness and the competitiveness of their regulatory policies. Based on our assessment, the OECD countries with the most competition-friendly regulatory frameworks are Lithuania, Sweden, Ireland, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands. The indicators highlight key areas for country-specific reform, for example, easing the administrative requirements to establish a new firm or reducing regulatory barriers in services and network sectors. Fourth, on providing public support to firms for research and development to boost innovation and knowledge diffusion. Our analysis shows that when well-designed, tax incentives and direct funding such as grants can have a very positive impact. They increase firms' spending on research and development, and the human resources firms dedicate to research and development, boosting firms' overall sales, employment, and productivity. Fifth, on encouraging increased skills attainment in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM. Women in particular remain significantly underrepresented in higher education programs and in jobs related to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Drawing on the untapped potential of underrepresented groups in these professions can both reduce skills shortages and help foster innovation. Policymakers can invest in tailored early interventions to boost interest and provide academic support in science and math education for these groups during their school years. In closing, we need to invest in human capital and skills and ensure that education, labour and product market policies better support innovation, business dynamism and productivity growth. Your contributions and your insights at this conference will help us develop a detailed policy agenda for doing so. We very much appreciate you sharing your expertise over the coming 2 days and look forward to the positive and productive outcomes of these discussions. Thank you.
Vous l'aurez compris au travers de ces trois propos.
As you probably understood, with these first 3 presentations, we have a clear and ambitious mandate to be extremely productive for 1 day and a half and to find solutions to fully meet all the challenges that are coming up. And so to meet these challenges and find solutions, we need to understand the challenges. We need to understand how productivity has changed over the last few years, and especially since the COVID-19 epidemic. To do so, I am delighted to welcome for our first station our keynote speaker, Professor Jonathan HASKEL, Economic Professor at the Imperial College Business School of London. He is a specialist of productivity and growth. You will talk about the various trends that you have been observed, especially since the COVID-19 period. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me. Let me try to advance the slides. Here we go. So I'm going to try to say something about post-COVID productivity, and I'm going to take up some of the themes that we've heard from those introductions just now. Now, the Secretary-General just discussed this diagram here, which is GDP, growth in GDP per hour in the US, in the EU, in the UK. And I've put this up, although the Secretary-General just discussed it, because I think there are 4 periods to explain. The first period is before the financial crisis, and that was relatively fast productivity growth. The second period is after the financial crisis, when productivity growth slowed. The third period is the immediate pandemic period, where you can see from that diagram a very sharp increase in productivity and then a big fall. And finally, we obviously want to understand what's going to happen in the future. So my talk today is going to try to answer the question about how we think about the productivity drivers over this period. I should say that all the slides will be on the website, on the OECD website, in the next couple of days. Okay, so the next slide summarizes these trends. What are the key trends? There's a pre-internet trend, which I didn't show on the diagram, and there the story is of Europe catching up. The period between the internet to the financial crisis, as we saw, was a period, and again the Secretary-General and Monsieur Dumont just mentioned this, where there was a diffusion of ICT in America, but maybe not so much in Europe. All countries slowed down after the financial crisis, and during the pandemic, there appeared to be a lot of reallocation going on. Post-pandemic, as I say, I'll try to comment on. Now, to get some kind of framework, we need to understand what drives labor productivity growth, and I'm going to break it out into 2 different factors. The first is the reallocation of labor between the industries, and the second is, within industry, labor productivity growth. And I want to start then with a period where we know the answer, thank goodness. Everybody in Britain, at least, criticizes economists for not knowing the answer. But the pandemic is a time when economists do know the answer. And let me draw your attention to this diagram here. So a couple of things. The first is I'm going to do some marketing, which is the source of these data is from the EU CLEMS in TAN Invest data set, which I and a number of researchers in the US and in Italy put together. That's a European and OECD, well, not quite the OECD, European, Japan, US and other countries data set on productivity and all the things you need to know underneath all of that, capital and labor. So do click on that link and you can download a lot of data. What does this diagram tell you? This diagram gives you the contribution to productivity of the allocation of labor which goes back and forth between different industries, moves from industry A to industry B and so forth. The Secretary General just spoke in his address about how some countries have difficulty with all of that. There are two things to get from this diagram. The first thing is that the very I can't point with the pointer. You can see that there's one very high point right at the very end, and that's in 2020 when this data runs out. And that shows you that in the pandemic, there was a very high contribution to productivity from this reallocation of labor. And that makes sense. In many countries, certainly in Britain, many European countries, we simply closed down, because of a medical emergency, a whole load of sectors which actually were low productivity sectors in measurement terms. Restaurants, hotels, measured low productivity. If you close those sectors down, average productivity goes up. When you open those sectors back up again, average productivity comes down. So the pandemic story is a story where this reallocation effect is extremely strong. That's the first thing to see from this diagram. So we know what's going on in the pandemic. The second thing to see from this diagram takes us into the other eras, and it is this. You can see that there's a very high point in 2020, but the number is very low for all the other periods. In fact, it's around zero. It's very, very close to zero for those other periods, which tells you that outside of the pandemic, there's actually very little contribution to labor productivity from this restructuring. And you might ask, why is that? That seems like a puzzle. And it's a particular puzzle to this gentleman here, who again, Monsieur Dumont mentioned. This is Mr. Draghi presenting his report on the future of competitiveness, and there's a link to the report. This is about a month ago, and that's Ursula von der Leyen, I think, there as well. And if you read that report, it focuses very much on this problem perceived by Mr. Draghi of industrial structure. Here are some quotes. The productivity gap between the EU and the US is largely explained, he says in the report, by the tech sector. Second quote, the EU has traditionally been strong in mid-technology sectors. That's on page 20, and the rest of the sentence says, those are the sectors which are not particularly technologically progressive, and what the EU needs to do is to move into those other sectors, which raises a question, which is what would happen if we got rid of those weak industries? In other words, could we get some reallocation going? Surely if somehow or other, when I say we, I mean Europe or any other country you care, could somehow duplicate what's going on in America, surely things would get better. So let me talk about the attractiveness of reallocation, and let me say why it is that economists are actually not do not find reallocation attractive. So I think this is an area where non-economists speak one language and economists speak a completely different language. And again, as we've seen, in practice, the contribution of reallocation is extremely low. So we need to understand why it is that seems to be the case, even though many people seem to believe in it. So let me talk about the batting average effect. Since I'm from Britain, I must talk about cricket. As you know, every English person has to introduce cricket into the conversation. And what we do in cricket, as I'm sure everybody is a great expert on cricket, is you send the best batters go in first and the worst batters go in second. So the average runs, the average score in the team is made up of, you can see in the green box there, those are the good batters, and it is brought down by the not so good batters who come in later. And the attractiveness of reallocation is the batting average effect, and you can see the box there. Wouldn't it be a good idea if we just got rid of in this case, the first bad batter, replace them by a good batter, and then surely the average would go up. And that seems like a very attractive proposition. If you don't like cricket, then think of tech sector on the left and non-tech sector on the right. Why do economists think that this story doesn't make much sense? Because we think that, in fact, industries look a bit like this on the right-hand side. That actually, if you think about industries which are high on average, they have a distribution of productivity. As you can see on the left-hand side, some of the green industries have got very, very high productivity, but some have got lower. And equally, the red industries, who are not so productive, they have a distribution of productivity as well, and some have high and some have low. And so the marginal effect, in other words, the effect of reallocating one to the other, is not on the left-hand side to take the very low red and stick them in the green. Because of the way industries are composed, it is in practice on the right-hand side to swap the highest red for the lowest green. And that's why, in practice in the data, you actually see a very small contribution from reallocation. And the answer to economists is, what does market competition do? Market competition means that in the distribution on the right-hand side, the marginal firm in the high industry is actually about the same marginal productivity as the marginal firm in the low industry. After all, if there were a competitive market, you could not see the left-hand economy, because in a competitive market, there would be very high rates of return in the green industry, and so nobody would be in the red industry. So therefore, in competition, the only way you could explain these two industries would be a picture on the right. And that's the reason why these reallocation effects are actually rather small. It's also a reason, by the way, why we want lots of competition, because competition means that these firms are flowing to the right place instead of being stuck in a bad place or a high place. Okay, so that means that the reallocation story is not so important. And we need then to understand a much more difficult proposition, because reallocation is just averages. And a difficult proposition is understanding within sector labor productivity growth. That's growth in capital, in skills, and in total factor productivity. Forgive me for non-economists, total factor productivity is everything else that is left over. Think of that as the efficiency by which the capital and the skills are combined. The question then is, what kind of capital do we want to look at? Well, we have decades and decades, in fact, almost a century, of national statistical agencies who look at capital, because when we set up how to count GDP in the 1930s, statistical agencies went round and counted the capital by asking firms how much they are investing. So let's have a look and see what firms look like so we can get a clue by finding out what kind of capital it is they're using. So here's the PricewaterhouseCoopers, very well-known accountancy company, multinational, who do a ranking of the world's top companies by their market capitalization. You will recognize lots of these companies in this list here. In fact, there are lots of these companies' products in people's arms as I speak. Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet or Google, and you've probably this morning before you came to this ordered something on Amazon. The middle company is Saudi Aramco, which is the Saudi Arabian state-owned oil company. Now, I put this slide up because it's helpful then to ask what kind of capital, what kind of assets these companies have, because that will allow us to understand the capital, and I'll talk about the labor in a minute. That will allow us to understand the capital that these firms are employing and that we need to understand the productivity difference. Here is a picture of Saudi Aramco's assets. You can see what kind of capital it is. It's very tangible capital, equipment, buildings, ships for getting the oil out of the ground and transporting it around. Here is a picture of Microsoft's assets. Microsoft's assets look a bit different. This is Word 1986. This is actually the dictionary bit of Word 1986. And you can see that's a very different form of capital. What form of capital is it? In our language that colleagues and I have tried to develop, it's intangible capital. Lines of code on a page. It's not a sort of a tangible piece of capital like the buildings, but it's intangible. It's something you can't touch and can't feel. It's essentially an idea and its knowledge. And if you look back to the left-hand block there and think of the capital that those firms have, they have intangible capital aside from Saudi Aramco. Apple don't have many oil tankers and large machines for getting stuff out of the ground. What they have is they have incredible reputation, they have software, they have marketing, they have business process skills. Amazon down at the bottom there, they don't actually, you might say, well, don't Amazon own lots of factories and things like that? At least in the UK, they don't own any factories at all. They actually rent all of those factories. So all of the assets that Amazon actually have are all intangible capital. Even a company like Amazon who is shipping stuff from point A to point B. Okay, so if we need to understand that, we need to then look and see what's been happening to the tangible capital, what's been happening to the intangible capital. And again, I go back to the database that I was saying that my colleagues and I have put together. I'm sorry the reference has been cut off on the slide, but when you get the slides, you'll be able to click through and get the link. Here's what tangible capital looks like across a multitude of countries, US, UK, Finland. You can see all the countries there. And you can see as a share of GDP, it started off in the late 1990s around 14, 15%, and it's come right down. Here's what intangible capital looks like. It's been rising constantly in these countries. Indeed, in the current day, for every unit of tangible capital, there's much more intangible capital being invested. So intangible capital is the capital we want to understand for the future. Now, what are intangibles? The OECD has done us a wonderful service by documenting R&D in lots of different countries and documenting the associated tax breaks that for R&D across those countries. And that is a fantastic service to the community for understanding our policies on R&D. But but intangible capital is more than just R&D. So I've written a list on the right-hand side there, which will help us, again, understand those top companies. Software and databases is the first bullet point, second bullet point there. That was key to Amazon, to Apple. Artistic originals, so think Harry Potter, right? Very important. British innovation, that's a piece of intangible capital, excuse me, namely an idea which is sold all over the world. Design, branding, training, important source of human capital, which again, Monsieur Dumont just mentioned, and business process as well, how businesses get things back and forth. Let me bring this to life just in 1 minute, if I may, by having a few case studies. So the first case study we can apply this framework to is the world's leading companies. As I have said, those are companies with lots of intangible capital. Let's do the COVID vaccine. You might think the COVID vaccine is a case study of R&D, a fantastic invention which saved millions of lives. But as we discovered over the pandemic, the manufacturing process of the COVID vaccine and getting it actually out to people and putting it in people's arms was very complicated. So I think of the COVID vaccine as being a mix of the intangible capital of the R&D, but also the business process as well, the manufacturing process and the delivery as well. So that's the COVID vaccine. Again, the speakers have kindly mentioned artificial intelligence just earlier on. What is artificial intelligence? It's a mix, in this case, of tangible and intangible capital. It's very fast computers, that's the tangible capital, running amazing software, that's the intangible capital, scanning enormous databases, that's another aspect of the intangible capital as well. And then finally, working from home. If we think about working from home, we're obviously using our computer, so that's the tangible capital, but we're using the Zoom and the Teams software and so forth for the intangible capital. And the challenge for firms is, of course, to build the business process to understand how they're going to look after their employees and promotion and so forth when the employees are sometimes at home and sometimes at work. That's another business process. Okay, so we need to understand then a little bit about the intangible capital. Just before saying that, let me say that I believe that the intangible intensive economy, this is the title of the slide, explains lots of other developments. So the Secretary-General just referred to the OECD work by Chiara Criscuolo, who is sitting here in the audience somewhere or other. I can't quite see where she is. There she is right at the back here, who's looked at the gap or discovered this growing gap between the leading firms and the laggard firms when it comes to productivity. If you break that out into the intangible intensive firms, you get the blue line. If you break that into the intangible intensive industries, you get the blue line. The less intangible intensive industries, you get the horizontal line. So our view is that's a terrific discovery, but a lot of it has got to do with the fact that intangible intensive industries can scale up using their intangible capital, and hence you would get a gap. On the right-hand side is a more complicated diagram, so I apologize for that. Let me tell you what it says. It says for the US, if you try to work out the profit rate in the US and you do not consider intangible capital, you get an upward sloping line, which is the upward dotted line. If you instead include intangible capital, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, companies like that, you get a flat line. So in other words, omitting the intangible capital turns out to give you a different picture of US profitability. Okay, a few slides then under the heading, what determines intangible capital intensive? What could regulation, what could the business process be? On the left-hand side, again, I refer to the OECD, which the Secretary-General talked about. The OECD's calculations, this is the employment strictness index. And as the Secretary-General mentioned, there's a new version in July, I think he said, of the product market strictness index. So this is the ratio of tangible this is a fraction of GDP, which is intangible capital spending. And you can see there's a mild negative relationship. That is to say, countries like the US on the far left spend a lot on intangible capital. Countries like Italy on the far right spend little, or Spain on the very bottom there, spend little on intangible capital. And there's a mild relationship there. That's not a very strong relationship. Here's a slightly stronger relationship between the intangible capital share and the amount of public sector R&D, and again, I use OECD data here, the amount of public sector R&D that is provided. So again, a country like Spain on the bottom left there spends very little on intangible capital and has got a low amount of public sector R&D. A country like Finland and Sweden on the far right spend a lot on intangible capital, and they have a lot of public sector R&D. Two more diagrams. One is there's a great discussion in the UK about planning, and that left-hand diagram tells you that if you have more planning, you have less intangible capital. That we think that this is related to the constraints from agglomeration externalities, which planning pushes against. And finally, and again, this was mentioned, I think, by the Secretary-General, the PISA scores here. So I just downloaded these just recently, and I know there's a new group of PISA scores here. There seems to be a positive correlation. Countries with high PISA scores have got high amounts of intangible capital. Okay, so last two slides in that case, and then I will finish. So I said we've got these four boxes to understand. What can we say about these different boxes? There we are. The first in the pandemic is reallocation, so we know what's going on there. Pre-GFC, we had fast intangible capital growth, and as others have documented, fast TFP growth. Post-GFC, we had slow TFP growth and a little bit less, we think, intangible spillovers, which takes us to the question of the pandemic and what we've learned. So let me finish, if I may, on this slide, just in the last couple of minutes. So what have we learned? So I think it's important to say what I think personally has not happened. The first is there is no enduring rise in reallocation. And that's, although that, as I say, puzzles non-economists, economists are comfortable with that. That tells you that the competitive process is working, except in the very unusual conditions, of course, of the pandemic. The second is, and this is controversial amongst economists, I don't think there's been any increase in market power because of the failure to take account of intangible capital. People have gone wrong and diagnosed a rise in market power. So that's two things I think which have not happened. What has happened? Let me say something about skills. I didn't have time to go into this. One feature, I think, of the US is there has been a skills slowdown in the US since the financial crisis. So there's a lot of discussion in the US. Dietrich Volaf from University of Texas has got a very, very good book, a very good recent book called Fully Grown, where he ascribes a lot of the US slowdown to the slowdown in skills. After all, the US were very early in comparative terms to send a lot of kids to school. They started doing that in the 20s, very unusual. And so, not surprisingly, the ability to have marginal increases in human capital has become a bit less. So I think that is a US story. But there's a total factor productivity growth slowdown, which I think is something to do with science or spillovers elsewhere. What might happen? So my view is we will probably have further moves towards this more intangible, knowledge-based economy. So a couple of remarks on that. Let's start with AI, which I mentioned before, which everybody is interested in. The promise of AI from a productivity point of view is that it is innovation in innovation. In other words, innovation in the process of innovation. Scientists talk a lot about this, how it's now, many scientists say, much easier to model things in various ways, how the introduction of artificial intelligence has made it easier to do scientific discovery. If you talk to nuclear fusion scientists, they will tell you that a lot of the computer modeling which is necessary for nuclear fusion was impossible with old computers, but now with artificial intelligence is possible. So I think that's potentially very important, and TFP might pick up. On the other hand, to the extent that some of this innovation requires on proprietorial databases, that's a different, what do I mean by that? I mean, if I have some data, it's very difficult for Chiara to take my data, and so I benefit from it, but she does not. To that extent, there are less spillovers, and therefore the TFP process, growth process, might fall. The other area, I think, of artificial intelligence, and forgive me, this is maybe a UK comment, is I think there's lots of discussion in the UK about innovation in what have been regarded as the hard to innovate sectors. So, for example, in health, which is typically regarded in Britain as being a sector where it's difficult to get innovation. Maybe with delivering medicine up and down the internet, maybe with software monitoring patients, that might be an innovation there. So I think that's quite an interesting prospect. I mentioned also working from home. New business processes are going to be required, but of course all of that takes time. So I'm going to, if you'll forgive me, since I'm the keynote speaker, I'm allowed to, I have the slides. So I'm going to give you my guess just to start the discussion off. My guess would be this: measured productivity, I think, is likely to be the same or possibly might even slow. We don't, as a measurement community, do a brilliant job in measuring all this hard-to-measure stuff. Intangible capital is hard to measure. The output of the health sector is really hard to measure. The output of the R&D and the scientific investigation sector, that's hard to measure as well. So that's difficult, and so because of those measurement problems, things may stay the same. On the other hand, I would personally be optimistic about the long-term rise, as I've mentioned, in innovation. And innovation, I come from Imperial College in London, which is a science and technology college. Maybe I spend too much time speaking to my science and technology colleagues, but in cancer, in medicine, in materials, they are in nuclear fusion, they are very excited about the kinds of developments I've just described. And then the final point is, and I hope this speaks to a lot of the OECD work, the OECD have worked wonderfully well, in my opinion, about developing policies to work in different economies and giving a profile of what policies do and do not help. We're going to need new sets of policies and new sets of institutions for an intangible intensive economy, different sets of policies to encourage the kind of investment in those knowledge assets which are going to be part of the companies of the future. Let me stop there. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
Un grand merci au professeur HASKEL.
Well, many thanks to Professor HASKEL for these words of introduction, and I am sure that you have many questions. And so what I suggest is to keep your questions for the end of the first panel that we will have right after the coffee break. Just some housekeeping issues before we break for coffee. That will be on the ground floor. First, downstairs you have a QR code that will give you access to the agenda and the profile of the panelists. So please do use the QR code to have access to all the information for the conference. And if you need one, on the ground floor you have codes to access Wi-Fi. They might be helpful to you for this day of conference. Many thanks once again for Professor HASKEL. We have a 20-minute coffee break. Let's meet here at 11:20 to resume our conference. Thank you.
Bonjour. Il y a un petit problème sur le son. Sorry. Rebonjour à tous. Je vous invite à poursuivre.
Good morning again. We're going to continue this conversation. We'll be looking at productivity decreases over the past years. It's a pleasure for me to welcome Stefan Profit, who was kind enough to accept being appointed as a moderator for our first panel. Stefan Profit has a wealth of experience in terms of the GFP, Global Forum on Productivity, as a chair or president. He's also the Deputy General Manager of the Economic Department at the Federal Ministry of Economy and Climate Protection from Germany. Stefan, thank you for accepting to be our first moderator. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Ihssane. Thanks to the French Treasury for hosting this great conference, and thanks to the OECD and the GFP team that have made this possible. It's really hard. I have a speech on things I thought I'd talk about, but after the great keynote speech by Jonathan HASKEL and also the introduction by the Secretary General and the French Minister, it's hard to say something new. I don't know, as Ihssane said, I've been around since the beginning of the GFP. The Secretary General said it's the 9th annual conference. If you actually add the opening conference, it's the 10th conference, so it sounds much better. So the GFP is around for 10 years now. And if you, just follow the speeches and the keynote, and you look into what content actually on what we know about productivity, especially the issues around laggard firms versus technology frontier firms. There's a lot of work that was inspired by work in the GFP. It was done in the OECD as well, but I think there are major contributions to the discussion on productivity, also on the human capital front, through PISA, PIAC, educational benchmarking across countries. So that there are huge advances, I think, what we know about this, and also, the issue of intangible capital, I think it's immensely important. Maybe two things that haven't been mentioned so much, I would say, are the issue of what's happening after the COVID crisis. You mentioned it. So we had this reallocation shock during COVID, but where are we ending? And my feeling is, to a certain extent, that a lot of the structural changes that we are observing today, and Germany is an industrial country, and we're observing this very, very heavily at the moment, that the COVID crisis, where with these massive support programs from the government, has actually procrastinated or actually had overshadowed the structural necessities that actually were there for restructuring the economy for a few years. And now that this time is over, luckily, and we had this energy crisis which came on top of the COVID crisis, is also a structural crisis for an industrial country. And I think these issues play an immense role also in the the energy crisis. We also had massive government involvement in price caps and everything. So that also stopped the reallocation of resources, actually, which were driven by technology, I think, to a certain extent. A second issue that has been mentioned but hasn't been discussed so much is aging, which plays a role not only in labor force participation, but also has an impact on innovation. And I think the research is really interesting. It's mixed. It's not that older people are less innovative, but in general, I mean, probably as consumers, they have a less intensity of being first movers, for example. The adaptation of technology is probably slower, and also, I mean, younger people are probably bringing in more vintages of university knowledge into the firms and into innovation processes. So I think this is an issue which also plays a role, and of which many people, many countries suffer to a certain extent. So these issues, combined with the work that has been mentioned on business dynamics, is very important, and this links actually the human side of productivity to the firm side of productivity. And as we know, as the work from David Card, firm dynamics play a huge role on wage dynamics, wage distributions, and also the distribution of productivity within sectors, which has been studied by the OECD, which is also studied through other data sets, I think is an important contribution, and also that touches upon the research that you're doing on intangible capital. Still, one thing I'm going to ask later probably is to what extent actually there's measurements problems as well, and issues, and also compositional effects with respect to sectoral effects actually within these measurements. So altogether, I think we have now the opportunity to have an excellent panel of policymakers or experts that are consulting policymakers, and all of them, on top of that, have an excellent academic background. And we'll go as follows. I mean, we'll have each of the three speakers giving an impulse of about 10 minutes. And I will call them on stage separately, so we fill up the podium step by step. Jonathan will join us later, and after the impulse statements, we'll have a discussion among us, which I will open to the audience later on. So we'll start off with Dorothé ROUZET. She's the chief economist of the French Treasury. She has long time worked for the OECD as well. She has a PhD from Harvard, so a strong academic background, as I said. Dorothé, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, and again, very, very happy to host a conference here from the Treasury, except this. Oh, this is working. Let me switch to French for the presentation, for people who need the headphones. Je voulais revenir dans cette présentation sur...
Now, in this presentation, if you don't mind, I'd like to tell you what we can say about productivity in France. Some of the ideas have been brushed upon already, and two aspects of human capital and the role of human capital, which I think are very important in the case of France, but also in a more general way for a certain number of OECD countries.
Ça ne répond pas.
It doesn't seem that the remote is working.
Ça marche pas.
I don't have the impression it's working. Okay. There we are.
Okay.
There we are. First, and this appeared in Jonathan's presentation, is that of a relative decline in productivity over the long run in France, but also in Europe versus the US. Since the year 2000, the productivity gap has deepened. That started in 2023. 27 points, that's the gap. 10 points in the year 2000 in France for productivity per capita, 17 for hourly productivity, and the gap was the other way around in the year 2000. It's not the French exception, but in the recent years, France had a sharper decline in productivity versus the other European countries. I'll come back to this notion at the end of my presentation. If you look at all the factors, the Draghi report was mentioned several times, and they focus on that more particularly. Well, there are two factors that are particularly important, which are a challenge for us. The weak human capital with demographics that are least favorable, with workers aging faster in Europe, and also we are weak in terms of skills in the hands of the European population for certain types of skills. But also, the other factor is that versus the US, we don't have enough tangible capital and innovation, that is, in the field of private R&D. There's a marked gap between Europe and the United States if you look at how much is invested in R&D by companies year in, year out. And this is due to the fact that the financial markets are less integrated in Europe, and also there's a more limited role of venture capital and therefore connected to risky projects in terms of innovation, or such as innovation. I'll focus on two aspects, if you don't mind. The long run, that is educational decline, that was mentioned first by the Minister and Bertrand. That's something very important for France, as you will understand. And then I'd like to tell you what's happened since COVID appeared, and the reallocation point that Stefan has mentioned already.
Sur l'aspect... now I'm too fast. Yes.
Let us start with the schooling system that the Treasury's mentioned before, is the fact that in France, when the final, the latest PISA results were published by the OECD, we remarked that this was very important. We looked at the underperforming school system in France versus the other countries, twice as marked in France as compared to the OECD average between 2018 and 2022. 3% drop over the period in maths and understanding and reading. And part of this could be explained due to the COVID crisis, the lack of teachers, and also the fact that more and more digital tools are used at school for other usages, not for schooling purposes. But that's not specific to France. COVID is not specific to France. And this decline had started before COVID. So that was a very important thing that we had to discuss, because the PISA scoring that had gone down means less human capital in France. Now, who knows in 10 years or 20 years, but when the future cohorts join the labour market, productivity might go down. According to OECD, this decrease that France has gone through might trigger a drop in productivity of these pupils by 2.5%, more or less. And the question over the long run, is it just due to COVID or is it a structural decrease? Well, we've tried to focus on GDP effects in the long term. If it's a structural decrease, we might lose 2 GDP points in the longer run with its effects on productivity. That's the first concern that we have, which is the school system.
I'm not good with the remote. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, one. Yes. L'autre aspect du système.
The other aspect, when we look at our schools,
I'm not making yes. C'est que
is that France, if you look at PISA results or scores, you will see that this is the biggest gap between the most privileged pupils and underprivileged pupils. In maths, the gap is 113 points in France versus 94 points overall in OECD countries, and marked gaps on the basis of gender in maths between boys and girls. And that's the Conseil économique that showed that the gap starts widening during the first year of primary school. And then this is more marked at the age of 15 when boys have marks that are higher than that of girls. There's gender determinism, and that has an effect later on with children whose parents are freelancers, and 2/3 of them have gone through higher education versus pupils whose parents are workers. We see also a marked difference between boys and girls in scientific careers and also in sciences at the end of school, which really shows that we need to improve the school system in terms of equality, and that has an impact on productivity and innovation. That was highlighted by Xavier Jaravel in his papers. He looks at the sociology of innovators in his latest book. He says, unfortunately, we don't have enough innovators, mainly women, because they have all the skills at school to become freelancers, but they don't dare because they don't have enough information, they don't in their social ecosystem or local ecosystem. And that means a big gap in terms of productivity and growth. Yet, we have rolled out policies in France to improve our schooling system that the minister mentioned in his speech, with a math plan to improve our results. And also, we have few pupils in the classroom in the most underprivileged areas. We've also decided to give better guidance to pupils so that they would later on dare and take these jobs I've just mentioned. The second aspect I wanted to dwell on, I think you've seen my slides before, but I'll try and find them again, is what's happened since the COVID crisis in France. As was said earlier on, productivity declined strongly since COVID. That's particularly the case in France, which is the blue line here, with a sharp drop in labour productivity since 2020, below the 2019 level, contrarily to other countries where there's been a catch-up after the COVID crisis. There are several factors that explain this. Some are quite positive because they're linked to the fact that we have more employment, and also some factors that should have been offset now after the crisis, and there's also retention of labour that are factors that are being offset, but some of these losses are structural losses, and therefore we're worrying about them. And that's particularly the case if we look at the workforce reallocation, and I'll finish my speech on that. Now, the question is, what's connected to the economic crisis and what's structural? Because as Stefan was saying, there are measures that aimed at supporting corporates during the COVID crisis and the energy crisis. And the number of corporate defaults during the crisis is now being offset. So this has perhaps slowed down the creative discussion process, and the talents go to the companies that can really use these talents. And that's when this discussion with Jonathan HASKEL is going to be interesting. There's a comparison between this and the estimates we had in the decade starting in 2010. When we looked at productivity gains in France, the part connected to creative destruction had increased. But the difference is that in this, we also cover the companies that join or enter and leave a given industry. This could explain the difference. However, part of the phenomenon that we can see here, that is the process that has been frozen, seems to be a temporary process, because there's a rebound in the number of corporate defaults. Now we've got a higher level, which means that there's again creative destruction. This, of course, is something that one could be worried about, but at least we'll probably be able to catch up on some productivity losses connected to this phenomenon. And finally, as you will see, maybe this goes against the general message which is we love productivity because this is the GFP forum after all, is it not? But I'd like to bring in more nuances about productivity losses, because part of these productivity losses that we've had in France since the COVID don't really seem to be that serious, because this really shows that on the labour market we've integrated people who were not employed before or with low levels of productivity. And in terms of potential growth, it's better for those people to have a job today, even though these are low productive jobs, rather than them being unemployed. And there's another factor that has an impact on productivity measurement and labour policies in terms of apprenticeship that contribute to the decline in measured productivity. But in the long term, it means better integration on the labour market, and also the apprentices later on will gain in the field of productivity, but also in experience. And this, we think, is a positive phenomenon that was very positive if we look at employment rates in France in general. And that's my conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dorothé. Maybe one question to you. Thanks for the great introduction and the great impulse. To the last point you mentioned, growing employment after COVID. What we observe in Germany is actually a similar thing, that we see declining employment in the industry. In particular, we see some import substitution in the energy-intensive industry, probably employment that won't come back. On the other hand, all the additional employment that we see since maybe 3 years is driven by the care sector and the health sector, and is driven, actually interesting, by non-German workers. So I'd just be interested whether these compositional effects also play a role in France.
Well, one big difference between Germany and France, I think it's that we started from a much higher unemployment rate. So where Germany's increase in the employment rate had to come in a way from non-German workers because you were already close to full employment. It's quite a different story for France, where we started out with a higher unemployment rate, and part of the increase in employment that we see is seniors and young people being better integrated in the workforce. So in that way, I would say it's that's why it's for us. It's a positive development because it addresses some long-standing weaknesses in our labor market, and we think we see there the impact of past reforms in terms of making the labor market more flexible, an employment insurance reform as well, that are paying off in terms of employment rate.
Thank you very much. So the second speaker, we have Alvaro PEREIRA, who is the chief economist of the OECD. He has been around the GFP since the beginning, I think, before being the director of the policy studies branch, before that country studies branch. And he also has a strong academic background, being a professor of economics at Simon Fraser University, and also has been a minister of the economy in Portugal for 3 years, I think. Alvaro, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bonjour. So it's a pleasure being here because, as Stefan was saying, I still remember when we started the Global Forum on Productivity, and we tried to understand why some countries are not doing so well and what countries do to overcome the productivity slowdown. So I'll revisit some of the issues that we've done over the years with the GFP. I'll focus mostly on policies, but I'll talk about some of the issues that we've been highlighting for a while. Okay, perhaps over there, no? Okay, here we go. So first of all, we can see that the slowdown in productivity is widespread. This is basically showing the different countries and different periods. You can see that it's not it's not really consensual that the productive slowdown went down, which means basically some countries had some recovery after the GFP, after the global GFP is the global forum. So the global financial crisis. Sometimes too many acronyms. Sometimes you get confused. But you can see, for example, Costa Rica, Ireland, and a few after the global financial crisis had better performance in productivity. Spain too, but it's mostly because of the recovery. But if you look at almost across the world, especially OECD countries, you can see a decline in productivity for sure, so it's widespread. With COVID, that's the dots. It's slightly better, but still, we're not talking about most of the countries the productivity decline or slowdown has occurred, and we just heard early in the morning, why is this so? Remember, one of the things that I think was one of the big contributions of the GFP over the years has been exactly the data work that we did for looking at microdata, trying to understand how can we decipher basically and try to understand what, go deeper into a microanalysis to figure out why is this productivity slowdown. And one of the things that this is the famous graph that we did in the early stages of the GFP, now updated, that shows that basically the productive slowdown is not really all over the place. Some firms, especially frontier firms, continue to do relatively well. So if you talk about firms that are at the frontier, productivity growth continues to be around 3-point-something%. It slowed down after the global financial crisis because it's 3.5%. In certain parts of the frontier, it's about 2.6%. But still, we're still talking about very strong, resilient growth of the frontier firms. The difference is really what you see at the bottom, which the firms below the frontier, which we called originally the laggard firms. So if you think about it, it's mostly SMEs and firms that are, in many sectors, they're not doing so well. So, if we have 5% of firms doing extremely well, growing very strongly, but most of the firms are not doing so well in terms of productivity, then obviously this drags down aggregate productivity growth. And so throughout the years, we're trying to understand what is happening. And one of the things that we found was that, for example, is a marked difference between manufacturing and services. Of course, most of our countries right now have service economies. But the decline in manufacturing in many countries is exacerbating the problem. And this is why we heard earlier both the Minister and the Director General mentioned the reindustrialization, so reindustrialization. I said the same thing when I was a minister in 2012-13, because there was what policymakers, this is extremely important to try to understand, to create jobs and to be more productive. Manufacturing continues to be a very important, play a very important role. And so I think in our GFP work, it shows exactly that there's still a big difference between services and industry. This graph is also another part that we discussed regarding the data that we worked on a few years ago, which is the human side on productivity. That allows us to derive a set of stylized facts across countries about how the workforce of most productive firms is different and how these differences in the workforce matter for firm performance. And the results of this project confirm that basically productivity builds on people. So, we still talk about human capital having a central role in terms of productivity. And as you can see in this figure, basically differences in human factors can explain about 1/3 of the productivity gap between the medium performers and the frontier. And so with the human factor, we mean that we have the skill composition, the age structure of the workforce, the share of managers over total employment in the firm, and also the degree of gender and cultural diversity in the firm. And so basically, productivity continues to be extremely important to explain the divergence that we had and the decline, the divergence that we have across countries, and potentially the decline in productivity going forward. What we're going to show you today is that in spite of all this, we also have a picture in which we have pervasive labor shortages. So what we're going to show you is that some surveys that we did for 20 countries, for the GFP countries, shows that between 75 and 80% of firms are reporting labor shortages. And in fact, not only that, as you can see in the diamonds there, the share of firms reporting that all or most of their vacancies are difficult to fill is fairly high. And so in certain countries, about 30 to 40%. And so we're talking about 1/3 of firms in Austria, Germany, Norway, and Slovenia reporting severe labor shortages that they cannot fill. And so, and these are sectors, as you'll see later, that include not only finance, healthcare, agriculture, restaurants, hotels. So it's really a widespread issues. But I'm not going to spill the beans, but we are going to show you later what these surveys tell us about where are these labor shortages, and are they more in high productivity firms or low productivity firms? You'll see that, well, I'll tell you, when we do the presentation, you'll see what we're going to what we found out. But I think it's quite interesting factors and findings that we found there. Stefan mentioned something that I think is quite important, which is the decline in productivity sometimes is attributed to aging, okay? And in fact, this graph basically tells you that most of the working age population will shrink in many countries. In certain countries, really shrink quite significantly with the ongoing demographic transition. And in fact, we had a really interesting paper that we produced recently that you can take a look, related aging and productivity. And we estimated basically that the aging of the population is projected to translate into a loss of GDP per capita by between 3.5% and 8% by 2050 relative to 2021, on average across 20 OECD countries. And in certain cases like Spain, Italy, and Korea, the losses could reach 20% of current GDP per capita. And so obviously we need policies to take care of this. Basically, if you think about it, I think it's important to look at aging in two ways. First of all, aging is good, okay? So we are all aging, and many of us are past the stage that I think we are starting to think about the future. Well, everybody's thinking of the future, but retirement. So what matters is really, are you aging with good health or not? And this matters quite a lot for productivity. If we have people that are feeling good and they're healthy and they're continuing to be productive, if the incentives for people to stay in the workforce are strong, there might be a boost in productivity. In fact, we estimated, there's been some interesting estimations on this front, that retaining talent, especially with older workers, might be a good idea in certain cases, but at least providing the possibility of this happening will decrease, and this paper shows, will decrease the negative impact of aging. But of course, Andrew Scott and others are working on what they call the longevity society, which means that we've been aging for decades. Now this is just exacerbating, and the percentage of people that are retired compared to the workforce is increasing. But this does not mean that will have to be a significant decline in productivity. In this paper, we show exactly what type of policies that could be used for countries to tackle this issue. But in terms of productivity, there's no doubt that in the next few years we should work extensively on this area to try to come up with good policy advice for countries to introduce so that the impact on aging, rather than being negative, is certainly counteracted by good policy that will boost productivity going forward. But we think that obviously this is a big issue going forward. This is a graph that shows, it's a bit difficult to read there, but that talks about AI and what type of human capital is needed. And we compare, in fact, in this graph, non-technical skills by firms that post job vacancies requiring AI skills. And the top AI firms in this graph are the top 10 firms that by share of job vacancies required AI skills. And of course, firms adopting AI do require some specific AI-related skills, and obviously these are hard to find. But what matters is that AI looks for workers that combine, as what we found is that combine technical leadership, problem solving, and innovation skills. And this is the pink area of the graph, as opposed to the underlying gray area. And this is even more so for firms that lead in AI. More than this graph, I want to tell you something. You have to take a look at our paper that we're producing this week, and in our WP1, the Working Party one, in which our team estimates what's the impact of AI on productivity. And we came up with new estimations. We look at the extent of AI, so basically how much is used of AI in different sectors. We look sector by sector. We look at the adoption rates of AI in different sectors. Then we aggregate this use a general equilibrium model as well, and then we aggregate this, and we come up with estimations of productivity growth, both for TFP and for labor productivity. And if you think about the debate, we just had Nobel Prize winner Acemoglu is very negative regarding the impact of AI, at least in the short run. And some other people like Goldman Sachs and others are extremely positive about AI. We are in between. But we think that the impact in the next few years is going to be quite significant. Just to give you an idea, we think that for labor productivity, we're talking about 0.4 to 0.9% per year in terms of labor productivity. For TFP, between 0.26 and 0.6, depending on the assumption that we make. And in fact, we look at different options, whether this is going to be pervasive or not, what type of difficulties we can have, but also if it is combined with robotics, the impact from AI can be quite significant. Does this mean this is going to be growth forever? It's a big unknown. We don't know, right? So if you think about computer and ICT, there was a hump in productivity, a boost temporarily, but then it came down. It was not sustained. We know it's still to be known whether AI is going to change this, potentially. But this is not what I estimate. We're estimating more or less in the medium term, and the impact is going to be quite significant for countries. I need to accelerate, I guess, so that I can go through the policy actions. So what countries should do regarding all these issues, regarding aging, skills, and differences in performance between firms? Of course, one thing is going to be clearly, and I think Dorothé was mentioning this, and I think we all understand that very clearly, investing in skills is going to be probably the most important thing. And we can see in this graph that the share of workers with no computer experience still is very high in many countries. Of course, many people are older generations that usually don't have no computer experience. But if you're talking about a generation that is between 45 and 50 years old, or 55, we're still talking people that are working. And many people have no computer experience in our countries, which is quite striking. The younger generations are a bit better, but still, you can see in many countries, the percentage of people still not having computer experience is surprisingly 15–20%. Investing in skills is going to be extremely important. We just heard that intangibles, like we also showed in our previous work at the GFP, is going to be very important. So investing in this type of skills for the frontier firms, but not only, but also for the laggard firms, investing in these skills is going to be important. And when you report labor shortages of the magnitude that we are reporting today, and that we're going to show you, this means that there's a huge need to invest in skills. So the priority in many countries should be definitely improve skills all across the board to tackle the big productivity shortfalls that we have in terms of across many of our countries. Another issue that I think is quite important is closing gender gaps. This is a graph that tells you, we estimated recently what's the impact if you close gender gaps, just employment, okay? We're not talking about wages. Just employment, labor participation, gender gaps, which are huge in many countries. When you have a part of our labor force that is not being used in the labor force, in the formal labor force, this has a massive implication for potential output. And so these are estimations what countries could grow more if they they close the gender gaps. And you can see in many countries, Colombia, Mexico, Turkey, Costa Rica, Italy, and Australia and others, closing down gender gaps is a policy that is quite important. And this is even more important if you think that there is huge gender gaps in many of the sectors that we're talking about that are related in the intangible investments or AI and other future technologies. This is going to be quite important. So we think that going back to and closing gender gaps is going to be quite important going forward. Another issue that we think that is quite important, well, okay, here we go, is exactly enhance our workers' mobility to improve worker-force matching. This is basically looking at, in many countries, especially in Europe, but not only, the percentage of licensed workers or occupational licensing is very high. So the Commission has been trying for a few years, the European Commission, to work more on regulated professions, try to reduce barriers. There's too many barriers regarding regulated professions. Well, it's not working very well in terms of these type of reforms are difficult to implement. But we do think that there are still too many barriers in many of these services sector, and this is hampering productivity. We'll come up next year with exciting new research on, besides this, not only have a lot of occupational licensing and regulated professions, next year we're going to come up with new evidence on non-compete and no-poaching agreements, which means basically, besides having a lot of regulatory approaches, mobility across professions is even more hampered by the existing non-compete agreements that exist between firms and non-poaching agreements between firms and workers that basically say, well, you cannot work for my competitor or for your competitor, or you cannot work, or they cannot poach you, okay? And you think, well, this is only the IT sector, so it doesn't matter. Well, evidence that was found in Australia, was found in Italy, was found in the United States, shows that these non-compete and non-poaching clauses could affect between 20 to 35 or so percentage of the workforce, and includes people like yoga instructors. So you cannot work for the poaching, the yoga instructors firm cannot poach you next door, or McDonald's workers in the United States. So, you know, these non-compete and non-poaching clauses might be affecting productivity significantly, and next year we'll bring new evidence on that all across the OECD. And of course, product market regulation. There's too many barriers. What you can see in this graph is that our product market regulation indicators barely move in the past 10 years. So countries are not doing a lot of reforms, product market reforms, competition-prone reforms, reducing red tape. And what this means that we need to go back to improve this type of reforms, to introduce this type of reforms, mostly because of this, what I'm showing you here, which is on the left-hand side, it tells you if you are going to move, if you are a developed country, so a country that is advanced country, and you're moving to the 5 best of the OECD, to the best performing, to the medium of the OECD, you're able to, the medium is on the right. If you're moving to the best performance, if you are a medium country of the OECD in terms of product market regulation, if you move to the medium, to the 5%, or the 5 best countries of the OECD, you are able to increase your GDP per capita by 3%. And if you are a developing country, if you do these product market reforms, reducing barriers to service, reducing barriers to competition, you'll be able to improve your performance by 7%. So product market reforms pay off, have a big impact, and have a big impact on productivity. We're going to come up also with a lot of work on productivity and the impact on research going forward on productivity. I just want to wrap up basically saying something that we always say at the OECD. The only way we're going to reverse the productivity slowdown, the only way we're going to reverse the decline, potential decline in growth that we have been assisting in the past few years is exactly to continue to have a reformist attitude. Countries have been very reluctant for a variety of reasons, and we are in a country that have tried to do a lot of reforms lately, but has been, the political economy of reform has been difficult. We need to go back to reforms that will enhance our skills, that will enhance our mobility across sectors, reduce barriers that exist right now, regulatory barriers on competition, whether non-poaching agreements, non-compete, or barriers that exist for competition in services, so that we are able to boost productivity and we are to address labor shortages. And so that's why we think it's quite important that the next few years we all work together, try to understand how can we make the aging society becoming a longevity society where we all live longer but more productive lives as well, and we are able also to reverse the productivity slowdown and to enhance and get the boat rides of AI and other new technologies so that we have more productivity. Sometimes, I just want to end up something that is important. Sometimes productivity has a bad connotation. So we are all geeks here, and we love productivity. We understand that in the long run, you can only grow if you have more productivity. But sometimes when you talk about productivity to people, they think that productivity means less jobs, or they think that we're going to have, the consequences are going to be bad for workers. It should be the opposite. What we need to understand and tell people and make sure that this is well understood, that in the long run, if we do not have an increase in productivity, we cannot sustain big rises in wages. And this is what we should think. more productivity means higher wages. And this is good for growth, this is good for inclusive growth, and is good to making growth work for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alvaro, for this run through the impressive work of the OECD concerning, approaching productivity from really different angles, but always related to human capital, which is the topic of our conference. Maybe one question, because I mean, you didn't explicitly mention it in your talk, but when you looked at the factors that support technology adoption in AI, you circled leadership and management. And this is one issue, I mean, it's very intensively discussed in my country, I think in many countries. And you think, well, has it something to do with labor relations maybe, or governance of firms? But then there's also studies that look at US firms, for example, operating in Europe, and you see that adoption of technologies there is even better than in European firms, or German firms at least, so it probably doesn't have to do with the governance rules. So is there, and so that's as a policymaker or someone designing policies or proposing policy reforms, I'm a little lost, I have to say, with respect to this recommendation or this finding. Do you have any idea how to approach this issue?
I think in part has to do with regulation and the way that firms and what's the attitude towards regulation in Europe and the United States. I think one thing that I like about the United States, not only the United States, but certainly the United States, is that there's less fear of failure than in Europe, right? You fail in Europe, and you can still pick yourself up, but it's, you will be marked, okay? And so for most people, for most firms. Whereas in the United States, failure is a way of the process that you need to undertake sometimes to be successful. And you have plenty of examples of this. Just because you fail, it doesn't mean that, as long as you tried hard, it's okay. So there's a question of attitude in terms of fear of failure that is important. The European attitude versus the United States, with the Draghi report, I think mentions a little bit on that, is that there's a lot more possibility of experimenting in the United States than you have in Europe. I think that in terms of regulation matters quite a lot. The attitude in Europe very often is, okay, there's a new thing, let's regulate it. In the United States, they take a more relaxed approach. And I think that potentially has an impact on innovation and obviously on productivity. On managerial, I think obviously there's great managers both in Germany and the United States and other places. I think the fear of failure is something that matters. I do think that the attitude towards innovation matters. I would go more that way than labor relations potentially, because to be honest with you, in many countries, Catherine is going to talk about Australia, but you have labor relations similar in a way that you have in the United States. They've been very productive. Well, yes, but I think. It's not going to, I don't think it explains potentially the difference between the United States and Europe. I think it's more to do with the attitude towards innovation, the attitude towards regulation, and obviously the attitude towards and the way that you are able to do regarding capital markets. If I want to raise VC money in Europe, across Europe, the capital markets are much smaller than you have in the United States. You can still get money from seed capital, quite often from structural funds if you're in a small country, but sometimes it takes ages to get to structural funds. There's less velocity to get that sort of money. So I think that matters when you want to be innovative and you want to stay on the edge. If you don't have the financial support, this will make a big difference. And I think that it's not by chance that very often you have European firms going to America, try to get finance themselves, so that they're able to scale up and stay on the edge rather than waiting for structural funds or waiting for some sort of subsidy or support in the European markets.
Thanks, Alvaro. Our next speaker is Catherine de Fontenay, and I'm really, really happy that we have her, because I remember when we started off with the GFP, there was this idea around of, please, go ahead, of productivity boards. And I think the first countries that actually had productivity commissions was Australia, I think together with New Zealand. And it was really a really successful export of an institution. So Catherine is the commissioner of the Australian Productivity Commission. She is an associate professor at the University of Melbourne, also a strong academic base. And we're really curious for your talk. Please.
Thank you so much. I'll begin with an apology. I've been living in Australia for 27 years, but I have still not acquired an Australian accent. Could I have the next slide, please? Thanks. So the situation in Australia is very similar to everywhere else. Terrible productivity, particularly since the middle 2000s. We had the same productivity bubble of reallocation that Jonathan was talking about before. But what you can see from this picture is that even by 2024, we're still at productivity levels that are similar to the average from before COVID. So no great improvement. A particular feature that's a bit unique to Australia is that the non-market services, these are health and education, disability services, the care sector that Stefan was mentioning, that's a big drag on productivity, particularly at the moment because we have an explosion of our disability services sector, but it's an ongoing drag on productivity as that sector grows bigger. And so that is, next slide, please. That's what I want to talk about. We've been very worried at the moment about the productivity slowdown since 2005, 2007, and trying to explain that slowdown. But I do think we need to think about that slowdown in terms of longer-term drivers of productivity that are having less and less effect. And we need to think seriously about the fact that we have these big, we're trying to drive with the handbrake on, which is what I did when I was a teenager, and it's making that growth in productivity much more challenging. So the first factor is Baumol's cost disease, the fact that the non-market sector and more unproductive parts of the service sector are growing, and that means that average productivity is slower over time. The big one are the sort of the solo growth model drivers of productivity, right? Capital, labor, innovation. So on capital, we know from that model that over time, increasing capital has less return on investment. We're going to get less from that lever as we add more capital to a capital-rich economy. Also, as our economies have greatly expanded schooling, particularly university and vocational schooling, we're getting less from that schooling lever, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. There's research that suggests that innovation may be getting more difficult over time. Certainly the amount of effort going into additional innovation seems to be increasing over time. And we could add international trade. Over the 90s, we incorporated into the global economy the two largest economies in the world. That lever, that boost from trade is not going to be as big after that. So all of these levers are having less juice than they did in previous periods. Next slide, thanks. And so essentially, we're looking at this slowdown in productivity, but essentially it's like trying to slow down someone who's already very encumbered. The traditional drivers don't seem to be the cause of the sharp decline in slowdown, but it certainly explains why we are more vulnerable to slowdown. And we need to think about how we're going to address these long-term drivers. Next slide, thanks. So I want to talk particularly about human capital, given the topic of this conference. So I think we should think of additional years of human capital as being increasingly costly. In a lot of developed economies, and Australia is no exception, there's been a big expansion in undergraduate studies, and now a lot of students feel that they have to have a master's degree in order to successfully compete on the labor market. Clearly, that can't continue. We can't be in school until we're 60. So that lever is going to be less and less useful in terms of boosting our GDP and our productivity. Also, we have found there's some evidence that additional years of study have lower returns, and relative to, say, when we expanded primary school, that was a big boost to productivity. And there's research showing that reaching the frontier of technology takes longer, and so in some sense, to be a scientist, you now need to spend more years in school and specialize more narrowly. So that lever is harder to use, that expanding the quantity of human capital. And so Australia expanded its domestic university enrollments considerably by a third from 2009 to 2013, but we haven't seen a big impact on that in our productivity. What I do want to say, though, is that the quality lever is still there for us to use. We can work hard on improving the quality of education, and that has big impacts on productivity. So again, the PISA scores have been an amazing contribution to helping us think about quality in school, and our PISA scores have been falling as well, and a number of reforms need to be undertaken to improve quality of schooling at school. But there's also, how are we going to improve the innovativeness and the excellence of universities in this era of mass university education? We are no longer in a world where 3 students sit adoringly at the feet of an Oxford Don. We are now in a world where university education is large, and we can potentially use technology to deliver better quality, to deliver more tailored learning, to deliver more challenge. But at the moment, the university sector is not really grappling with that challenge. So we think that we need to give stringent quality requirements to providers, but at the same time give them more flexibility to innovate, possibly even loans to innovate. We think that students need to pay more attention to quality. We've recommended that measures of quality of universities be more available to students and quality of vocational education. The digital transition is something that could be incredibly good for human capital, or it could be incredibly bad. At the moment, it's incredibly bad. We have lots of students with the cameras turned off, not paying attention to their lectures, not engaging with their studies. It could be very different, but that requires a significant attention and investment. Next slide, thanks. Now, in terms of this, now let's talk about the slowdown, which is generally thought to be this period of the last 20 years. Next slide, thanks. So I'm going to be very rude and say that from the point of view of a policymaker, the explanations that we have so far are not very satisfying. They're incomplete in terms of how we respond to them as policymakers. So in Australia, as elsewhere, a lot of the attention has focused on what we call declining business dynamism. And declining business dynamism is a constellation of trends that seem to go together, and where we can identify that the same sectors that are experiencing one of these trends is experiencing another one of these trends. So it's lower firm entry, lower firm exit, increased market concentration, possibly increased markups, lower labor mobility, lower investment, and then associated with all of these trends, lower productivity and a greater spread in productivity between high and low productivity firms. So these are all bad. We're all in agreement. These trends are certainly of concern. And the research in Australia, as elsewhere, has drawn links between these different trends. So the industries that have higher markups also have lower labor mobility and lower productivity, and so on. We've connected these trends. But that doesn't tell me which of these trends causes the other trends, and it doesn't tell me what is the exogenous factor that is causing these trends. And policymakers have tended, in Australia, have tended to rush towards market power and conclude that there's a problem with excess market power and we need stronger enforcement of competition law. It's not clear to me from this picture that you can conclude that market power is that driver of these other trends. Next slide, thanks. So, to give you an example, you could easily argue that declining firm entry had caused all of these trends. If fewer firms come into my industry, then the firms that are in the industry probably retain more market share. Fewer firms are forced out of my industry. In particular, low productivity firms are not forced out of my industry. New firms not coming into my industry means that we don't have as much labor poaching, and so we maybe get less labor mobility. And the firms that are in the market possibly can charge higher markups. So all of this could be driven by lower firm entry. That still doesn't tell us why we have lower firm entry. A lot of that has been argued to be just aging population. Fewer people start a firm in their 60s than in their 20s. It could be these human capital problems. We maybe aren't stimulating enough innovation and excellence in our universities. This graph here shows the decline in labor income. The blue bar is 20 to 25-year-olds. The green bar is 25 to 34-year-olds. So these groups have had big declines in their per-person business income. There's been less innovation from this group, and that's a concern. Increasing barriers to accessing business credit. So banks are becoming more rigid in their practices. That's something we're very worried about in Australia. Very hard for small firms to access credit. Regulatory barriers, Alvaro's right, that's a big challenge. And then possibly some anti-competitive behavior by incumbents. But it could all just be firm entry and one of these forces causing it. Next slide, thanks. Another possible candidate is labor mobility. So if you have less labor mobility and it's harder to poach workers from existing firms, that can make it harder to enter an industry and compete. I would say we've been taking a big look at the resurgence of productivity in the United States. So what you can see from this graph is that Australian labor productivity has not resumed after COVID, but US productivity very much has. And so that raises questions as to why that is the case. Probably this is due to the fact that Australia and Europe adopted policies that retained the attachment of the worker and the firm. Those policies probably would make a lot of sense if we had had to shut down high productivity sectors. As it happens, we shut down low productivity sectors, so it's probably a good thing that in the United States there was no attachment between those workers and those firms. So it's definitely something that needs further exploration. Next slide, thanks. So we've been doing a little bit of preliminary work on occupational and industry mobility, and we are concluding, as have many researchers before us, that many job changes are actually occupation and industry changes. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? That's still to be determined. It could be because of non-compete clauses. It could be because it could be that there's no such thing as a perfect match and people are learning new skills and trying new things throughout their lives. We think that there should be a little bit more focus on hiring practices in countries and how efficient or inefficient they are. There's some anecdotal evidence that they're very narrow in Australia. You hire people from your industry with experience in your industry. And so these job changes are often through personal connections or through other factors. One thing that's very interesting is that about half of occupation changes happen inside a firm. You're in a firm and you change the occupation, and not just because you're promoted to manager, you might move within the firm. So that potentially suggests that we have some labor market frictions. It's easier to change what you're doing within a firm than in the general market. You can, next slide, actually you can skip the next slide and we'll go to the last slide, thanks. So how can we think about improving labor mobility as policymakers? Again, I think better information to students is vital. We should give the most up-to-date career information to students and to workers. That can reduce skill mismatch, that can reduce risk of obsolescence as workers can see where the market is going to be heading. Lifelong learning is going to be a vital part of ensuring labor mobility and ensuring good labor mobility. So it's vital to ensure quality, numeracy, and literacy, because then retraining is possible. Denmark has shown us that retraining is possible if workers have excellent numeracy and literacy. But in Australia, PISA scores are falling, so that is a concern. We want to reduce in our education system age-related obstacles to retraining and age-related obstacles to further education. One thing Australia has is really no age barriers to undertaking vocational or university education, so that's handy. And we think that we want to increase the modularity and stackability of different types of credentials. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Catherine, and I'd like to ask Jonathan to join us at the stage. And maybe I have one question. Actually, I discovered, maybe I didn't get this right, but a difference between your talks. Actually, you were saying that competition-wise, I mean, you observe with business dynamism less creation of new firms, and that might have to do with less competition in certain sectors. Whereas I think Jonathan said, the notion that particularly, I think in the US, through these tech companies, it was expected that you have abuse of market power, increase of margins, and that wouldn't be the case. So could you just say, do you have numbers on competition or market power, margins that have increased?
We have some slight increases in market concentration. I think actually Jonathan and I are in agreement that the evidence at the moment does not prove that increases in market power are driving business dynamism. I think that's the big message. The big challenge in this area is that we are estimating markups. We are estimating firm profits from markups, and we are estimating them from administrative data, usually tax data, and or survey data on revenues. And it's very difficult to be confident that we are accurately estimating markups. So I'd say it's an area of future research.
Awesome. You want to?
I agree with that. I mean, at the heart of all of this is the question about what is the return on capital employed that different firms are making. But as I tried to show in the diagram, if you've got a company like Microsoft or Amazon, their capital employed, we just don't measure most of their capital employed because it's all intangible capital. So therefore, to say what their return is an incredibly hard thing to do.
Thanks. For the sake of time, actually, I will open the floor to questions from the audience, but just use my privilege as a moderator to ask Jonathan one more question, because you mentioned measurement. In Germany, and I just got the numbers because we did a projection, what we observe in the industry, that actually we have a declining industry production since maybe 5 years, since 2018, even longer. And this has actually created a discussion on deindustrialization. At the same time, when we look at value added in the industry, it's flat. And there's a growing gap in between. And our statisticians, when they looked into the data, they actually say it probably has something to do with a misreporting of services, which are, you know, very like industrial services that very often are delivered within multinational firms and traded within the firm, which is probably close to what you would say is intangible capital. So is there still scope for like a better measurement of intangible capital, and how much is mismeasurement of productivity?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things going on, if I may, Stefan. One is, as I've mentioned, there's lots of improvement for scope for measuring intangible capital. But you're right, measuring the industries of where people are in is incredibly hard. Again, if you'll forgive me a British example, if you take the Northeastern British Train Company, you'd think to yourself you couldn't get a more tangible company than a train company. Well, of course, it turns out that the train company in Britain doesn't own a single train. They're all owned by Italians, and the train services are, and we rent, this train company rents the train, the hardware, the tangible capital and the hardware from the train company. And it is actually, weirdly, a completely intangible company in the sense that all it does is it just does the marketing and the promotion and the business process around running trains. Many British people are horrified to find out that British trains are run by the Italians, but they can do a much better job of doing all of this, number one. But number two, going back to your point, that measurement challenge is then enormous, because this is apparently a service sector which is doing actually international trade in business services with another country. So, as I say, the measurement challenges behind all of that, once you have the international dimension as well, are really, really hard.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to open the stage, please.
Sorry. Right, shall I start again? So I'm Jeff Tiley from the trade union side, and I was just saying that I haven't been lucky enough to attend the forum every year, but I have been watching the debate, and it seems to me that the more you pull the lever, Mark's supply side, the worse outcomes seem to get. But you continue to pull the lever, Mark's supply side. And I just wonder if you should pull some other levers, not least Mark distribution, Mark demand, and Mark power. It seems to me the US have been pulling these levers a bit recently under Biden. It's good to hear Alvaro to emphasize the worker perspective, but it may be that this lever is better for wages with productivity as both effect and cause.
I'm glad that you raised the issue of wages. We haven't talked about the level of wages, but also wage distribution, and it's a macro question. So, whoever wants to answer, Alvaro.
Well, one thing that I would like to emphasize that I think is important is still the supply. Just to understand why supply is still important for workers too. Is, for example, we've been emphasizing for a while that we think that in many countries, not only, like we'll see later, firms report labor shortages, but also very often they say the skills that they demand is not there. And so that's why we've been arguing, in France in particular, the importance of vocational training and gearing towards more a dual and apprentice system, so that you're able to, if you really want to reindustrialize, improving the skills of workers, that will also address some of these labor shortages that you see. Okay, so I still think demand, as we had this discussion yesterday with Tuak, I do think it's quite important, and there's no doubt about that. But the only way we're going to be able to sustain very large, and we hope very large, but increasing living standards is exactly that we boost productivity. To boost productivity, you need to working on these areas that we've been saying here. In particular, I do think that the skills issue is huge. And it's even more important if you think that since we are living longer, and very often our education systems were designed in the post-World War period where we were living until 65 or 70, not where we're living until 80 or 90 or 100, like is happening now. And so giving the chance, investing in skill, giving the chance for people to, I think was Dorothé that mentioned lifelong learning, it's going to be quite important. So to try to get to your question, I do think that demand is quite important, but on these issues that we're mentioning that have been important for the productivity decline, I think that skills is investing in skills and investing in stronger lifelong learning systems is crucial, not only for firms, but also for workers.
Donald? I'm going to respectfully disagree with Jeff, if I may. But before I do that, let me declare an interest. I've been at the Bank of England for the last 6 years, so I'm now going to say good things about the Bank of England. Surprise, surprise. The reason I disagree, Jeff, would be the following. It is easy to imagine a situation in which COVID comes and the economies after COVID are in absolute ruins. The worker firm matches are destroyed, the whole economy has completely changed, mass unemployment, a whole dislocation of entire societies. It's easy to imagine all of that. But actually, it seems to me, and I'm not just talking about Britain, I'm talking about other countries as well, monetary and fiscal authorities threw everything at COVID, and we tried to support economies over that period, and we came out of COVID in a situation where there wasn't mass unemployment and there wasn't mass dislocation. Now, indeed, as you were saying, Catherine, we do still need to restructure and all that kind of thing. But that's quite different from earlier crises that we have had. And the reason I say all of that is that I don't think that the problem, therefore, for modern economies is so much on the demand side, essentially because of the success of the monetary and fiscal support that was given to economies over COVID. As I say, I could imagine an alternative world in which it might have been a demand-side problem, but I don't think it's a demand-side problem. My instinct is much more that it's a supply-side problem.
Thank you. We also have people joining us remote, but no question from there. So it's all up to you in the audience to ask more questions. Please.
Francesco Nucci from the Ministry of Italian Economy and Finance. I really enjoyed all the talks of the morning, and I have a question for Professor HASKEL for his great talk. Especially, I was very interested by the evidence that you provided that higher intangible intensity is conducive to higher productivity. I'd like you to expand a little on what lies behind this finding, in the sense. Are you talking about intangible intensity as a sectoral characteristic, so that this intensity is quite stable within the sector, and therefore the high dispersion in productivity is a figment of high uncertainty in the return to intangible? Or is it the case that there is variability within the sector in the intangible intensity, and therefore the productivity dispersion is a figment of the fact that the higher productivity are associated with high intangibles, whereas the low productivity performance in the sector are just those with a low degree of intangibles? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed for the question. It's very much the second, I think, and it's this it's this very difficult interaction of what we measure, which we discussed before, and the various outcomes that there are. So again, those top companies, which I put the slide up, the LinkedIn are one of them, Microsoft and so forth, high users of intangible capital. So the question is, how could we get this all a bit better, and how could we improve on all of this? I have to say that national accounts are moving in this direction to incorporating more intangibles. And I've already said lots of nice things about the OECD, so now I can say even nicer things about the OECD, which is a lot of the OECD research that has been done, especially on software, has provided a leading example to the national accountants then going and devising the various methods to get these hard-to-measure sectors better incorporated. So once we do all of that, then I think we're going to be a bit closer to looking at uncovering these cross-sectional differences, which, as I say, at the moment, I mostly interpret as being a consequence of measurement.
Well, thanks. Since we're having a buffet lunch later on, I think there's some scope for productivity enhancement. You can just fill up your plate with a larger plate and more food, so you only have to go once. So we can borrow a few minutes, I think, from the lunch break and ask some more questions. And also Alvaro is taking control from the moderator and wants to ask a question to Catherine.
No, I just have a question for Catherine, because listen, we have a lot of productivity commissions and boards here, and over the years we've been arguing that we always model ourselves to the Productivity Commission in Australia. And we also know that Australia has had 3 decades of growth, and partly because of good productivity policies. My question to you is, how useful are productivity commissions to try to argue for pro-productivity measures? And how do you think that we can learn from the Australian experience in our own countries to make productivity commissions more relevant, so that we talk about productivity growth and how to counteract the productivity decline? So how to educate the public, and what do you think that the institutions like yours can teach other institutions around the world to have a more pro-productivity growth agenda?
Thanks. Look, I think that productivity boards and productivity commissions have a role in educating the broader public. As you said, that productivity is not a dirty word, that higher productivity is going to mean higher real wages in the long term. And I think that without that, it's very difficult to have those conversations at a national level. Australia, productivity is in the news every day because the Reserve Bank has been very clear that they won't be lowering interest rates until productivity improves. And so people are very angry about productivity, but they don't know why. So I think there is a communication role. I think we have a role to play in public policy in making the benefits of reform tangible and making the cost of poor policy decisions tangible as well. So some of that excellent work is already done by the OECD here, and your work has more prominence here, and I think that that's really valuable. But I think continuing to sort of say, well, you can do that, but this is what it's going to cost in terms of GDP, that's a hugely important role.
Thank you. So now we have a question from the remote listeners, I would say.
Yeah, so a question for Dorothé. You discussed the role of complementary investment in sustaining productivity growth. However, some countries are diverging productivity despite very similar investment rates, notably the EU and US, which also face different public finance constraints. Do you think it's more a matter of type composition of investment or the quantity of financing? What are other levers that government can pull to stimulate investment?
Thank you. No, I think, investment is I think Jonathan showed very well that investment is a very complex thing to measure and to compare. When we compare EU and US on the more physical capital side, there is this question of investment in intangibles, and even domestically, it's hard to capture. We just had a revision of national account this year, which kind of lowered. We've been having a rising investment rate in France for years, but the level and the trend were lowered quite a bit by the revision, simply because some types of IT investments were requalified as services, intermediate consumption in software and things like that. So even, what is investment and what is the definition of investment? And we've been thinking, okay, policies are working to improve investment, which they were. The investment rate was still going up, but then the diagnosis even, and it's really hard also. Catherine was talking about, communication about productivity. When you communicate to policymakers about, this is the impact of this reform, and you go back saying, oh, well, there was a revision of national accounts, so diagnosis has changed a bit. It's quite hard to do. So I think, there are measurement issues that we're also looking into, and I think that has been said very clearly. This being said, yes, the investment in intangibles is quite a difference. I think the Draghi report does have a point also about the investment in the most productive, the highest performing, the high-tech sectors versus investment in kind of older sectors and sectors with less potential for productivity gains, where Europe is doing more of this. So that's the thing. When we look at what are the drivers, one that we think is quite important is on the financing side. Because the model in Europe is very much bank-based financing of investments. And that means less financing for very risky projects, less financing for very innovative projects compared to the more market-based financing, venture capital. That's where, I mean, and that's where also the fragmentation of the European financing market comes. I mean, we don't have the kind of big players in the venture capital space, for instance, that the US has, because we have 27 different markets. And that's, of course, an area where we're trying to make progress with the Capital Markets Union. But yeah, I think, I mean, there's many issues, there's many drivers, but the financing side we think is quite important.
So I have one more question from Philippe de Mauro. I don't know if there's a microphone.
So sorry. Sorry for the question before lunch. So maybe it's going to be a discussion during lunch because it's a big topic. So it's in basically interaction of productivity versus market power and competition. So I thought that HASKEL as well as the Australian representative were actually taking a bit of a positive view on that. There is not really a problem of market power here, right? Actually, there is a big literature in the United States showing that there is market power going up, competition policies were not really going well, and therefore negative impact on productivity. We did some work a couple of years ago with a component data set, which is a micro-aggregated data set available for everybody, by the way, publicity, you can use it. And then in that thing, we actually were showing that, well, if in the US may be a problem, in Europe is not as yet. In fact, we want to update this. Maybe just I throw it to you, and then maybe we'll discuss at lunch. Thanks.
Thank you. Look, I don't think anyone who's looked at antitrust competition policy enforcement in the United States in the last 20 years felt that that was going in a good direction. So I think that you could certainly argue in the United States that their mergers had been allowed that perhaps should not have been allowed, that perhaps, unfortunately in the United States, because it's case law based, where we arrived in terms of predatory pricing rules basically made it impossible to prosecute anyone for predatory pricing. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to say there are causes for concern in the United States that perhaps you just don't see in other OECD economies, and particularly maybe not in Europe and maybe not in Australia, both of which have very robust competition enforcement. So I do think that there's more work to be done in this space to identify, is market power a problem, and is the market power coming from anti-competitive actions by these firms, or is it coming from some other exogenous force?
Well, thank you very much. Alvaro, you want to comment?
I just want to add something very quickly, which is basically, if this is an issue, it will get worse, in particular with AI, right? And so it's very likely that, for example, our competition authorities right now, there's a de jure versus de facto issue, they're able to deal with it. But suppose that we get to a situation, so think about, for example, we can say, well, there's no problem as long as there's no entry cost, or there's possibility of having, even the incumbent has a market power, as long as the possibility that you let others get in, it's fine. But suppose that to get into a market, you need to have large data sets, proprietary data sets to run the models, and so on and so on. And so you might have de jure, no barriers to entry, but de facto you have huge barriers to entry. This is a big, big issue that we all need to talk and discuss. I'm pleased to say that we are going to have a program in the next year or so. We're going to come up with papers together with our colleagues from the Science and Technology Directorate and our competition divisions to exactly look at what's the impact of competition, AI on competition, what will this imply to productivity and so on. But I think we need to have a discussion, and certainly this might have a big impact on productivity. This might have a big effect on performance and on inequalities and everything else. So we definitely need to look into this before it's either too late or before we can't do anything about it. So it's something that is quite important.
So thanks a lot to all the speakers and panelists. I think that we covered a huge ground. I think not only human capital, but all the other policy areas, competition policy, technology, that also impact the productivity. But I think Catherine said something in our preparatory talk. She said, well, probably human capital is not the main reason for the decline of productivity, but it may be one of the most important drivers of getting out of this weakness of productivity, and this is a very, very good theme, I think, to end this session. This afternoon we will dig deeper into issues of education and the green transition. So please save some of your questions for this afternoon. And yes, we're going to have a lunch now, so it's only 7 or 8 minutes late, so you can still manage. Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone.
I have no idea. Ah, là. Là, par contre. Okay, so the angle is wrong. Okay. Attends, ben, je n'ai pas encore compris non plus. So if I'm here. Okay, so pretty far away works. If you're too close. Oh, it does as well. Okay, this is really strange. Okay, I have no idea. Okay, probably try pressing very hard.
It's low. It's low.
Low.
No, hold on.
Excellent. Very good. Keeps on going up.
It's still not great.
It's not great. Perfect. Yeah, you can pull it back so that we
No, but it's not here. It doesn't work. It's really like here.
We can also ask. See, that's actually working. Come on, don't.
It's temperamental. Okay, I will ask them to delete some slides.
That's terrible. Let's do this here.
Allez.
Voilà, ça marche comme par hasard.
Ah oui, je suis co-directeur au CED.
On va pouvoir masquer les slides.
Si ça marche vite, c'est pas nécessaire. Sinon, je vais avoir du mal à les passer.
Il n'y a pas de computer
Il faut se mettre plutôt vers l'argent.
Non, mais l'ordinateur, il est au... L'ordinateur, il est au fond.
Ah, c'est ça.
Non, ça marche tout le temps, c'est ça le souci.
On dirait que ça marche bien.
Tu peux me sortir ta zapette quand même? C'est-à-dire? Ah. C'est lent, hein.
Pourquoi ça marche toujours pas? Tu veux que j'aille la chercher hein, si c'est ça te dérange pas? T'as des piles dedans? Oui, mais elles sont mortelles. Ok. C'est la tablette que tu veux pas?
Là, ça a l'air bon. C'est parce que j'ai branché la clé USB de l'autre côté de l'ordinateur.
un truc. Rebonjour à tous. On l'a dit juste avant la pause.
Hello, as we said before, individual productivity is connected to people's health. And health is very much connected to lunch, and we usually take time to have a good lunch in France. Now, therefore, this afternoon we'll be able to measure the impact of lunch on productivity. And we do hope that we're going to be as productive this afternoon as we were this morning. We're going to continue with the second session today. We'll be talking about a crucial topic, that's education. We will listen, as we said earlier on, it's at the heart of human capital. It's the very meaning of productivity. Remember a few years ago, let's say 20 years ago, when we were all at school or university, and look at how education's changed. Look at education at school and at university and the impacts of this on our productivity today as individuals. To talk about education, we'll immediately invite to join me on stage our moderator. I'd like to thank our moderator from the bottom of our hearts. That's Alain Duré, who's the General Rapporteur of the French National Productivity Board at France Stratégie. That reports to the Premier Ministre, Prime Minister. Alain, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all.
What we have learned in session 1 before lunch. Oh, microphone. Okay, sorry. What we have learned in session 1 before lunch is that the changes in skills, the design of education, but also the labor shortage matters for labor productivity. So thank you to the three speakers before lunch, and to go deeper in those issues, and especially talking about the impact of the design of education and the organization of education, I have the pleasure to invite the three next speakers on stage. First of all, Maria Guadalupe. So she's Professor Maria. Okay, welcome. She's Professor of Economics at INSEAD, co-director of CEPR, and she's also a member of the Conseil d'analyse économique, advising also the Prime Minister and the government. Then Jonathan Barr, who is a senior director in the industry ministry, so heading the innovation, science, and economic development in Canada. And then also the last speaker is Luca Marcolin, who is a senior, who is a senior economist at the OECD, project manager for the Global Forum on Productivity, and last but not least, also a research fellow at the KU Leuven, who's the Belgian, university. So maybe I think it could be nice to have a global perspective first with you, Luca, coming from the stock taking exercise with the global GFP survey. So you have the floor for 10-12 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Alain, for the introduction, and thank you to the French organizers to let us take the floor in this interesting session. So what I'd like to say, first and foremost, that this is work that has been done by the entire team of the Global Forum, OECD Global Forum on Productivity, and Francesco and Catarina, who are two of my co-authors here, are here in the room. So every other failure of this presentation is entirely mine. So, so we'd like to talk about the firm side of labor shortages, and hopefully this is going to be clearer in a minute. So this is work that has been also done by the GFP team a few years ago, and we call it the human side of productivity. In fact, it has already been mentioned by Alvaro this morning, so that the skill composition in a firm is an important contributor of explaining the gap between highly productive firms and low productive firms. This is a different way of showing it. Basically, you can see that laggard firms at the extreme left of the graph have a significantly higher share of low and medium-skilled workers, a much lower share of high-skilled workers than firms at the frontier of productivity. So an interesting spin to mention, to reiterate that human capital is important for productivity divergences. So where are firms finding these workers on the labor market? So it wouldn't surprise many of you to say that we coming out of the COVID crisis, we are in a labor market condition that is inflationary, perhaps a bit less nowadays, but also very tight in labor market. In fact, what we showed here in this slide is, in fact, that the increasing tightness in the labor market, so the ratio of vacancies over the unemployed, has increased well before the COVID crisis. So here we plot the series from 2010 by sector on the left-hand side. And so this increasing tightness has been especially remarkable in sectors such as finance, ICT, the healthcare sector, professional services. Now, if you group these sectors by their average level of skill intensity, then you can see on the right-hand side that both low-skill intensive sectors and high-skill intensive sectors have increased in tightness, but that the high-skill intensive sectors have increased this aspect much more. So then we said, okay, but what does it have to do? How does this reflect onto the activities of firms themselves? And so we decided at the OECD to field a survey, an online survey of employers, where we sort of went out and asked approximately 20,000 firms about the extent of their labor shortages and how these affect their operations and what other complementary activities they actually are implemented to make up for their shortages. Now, this survey covers about 36 countries, 34 of which are OECD, so with a fairly granular sectoral coverage, and except for agriculture, utilities, finance, and the public sector. And we strive to make it a representative sample of our economies in these 36 countries. Now, please let me pause for a second and say, in personal perspective, this is one of the most important contributions that the OECD can do to the public debate, and the GFP in particular. We can actually not only analyze data, but we can create new data. And that's one example, hopefully. So what do we ask in particular on the matter of shortages? We ask two fundamental questions. So in the last 2 years, has your enterprise encountered any recruitment difficulties? This is a yes-no question. And then we also ask which proportion of their vacancies are proving hard to fill. Now, so this is a question fielded in 2024 for the years 2022-23. So just coming out, perhaps, of that inflationary bout after COVID. Now, if I can. So what are the messages? So 5 messages. I'm going to run through them fairly quickly because then I'm going to develop over them. So labor shortages are high and intense in many countries and many sectors. So skills matter. That's why hopefully we are all here. So firms with shortages are more likely to require new skills. So there is a strong empirical connection between shortages at the firm level and the investment, so that the technology they actually embedding in their production, but also some other structural characteristics of firms, including age. We also find that the relationship between shortages and productivity is on average negative, so less productive firms are more likely to experience difficulties recruiting, but in fact it's rather a U-shaped relationship, meaning that the very high productive firms also encounter larger difficulties recruiting. And we can show that these shortages are of different nature for these two different groups of firms. Okay, this you saw this morning with Alvaro as well. So perhaps I can give you a different visualization. So in the red, so we split countries between countries where on average, so the cross there signals the average in the 2 dimension of shortages that I just mentioned. And so we can sort of split country between countries, so we can signal which countries display very high shortages, so very pervasive shortages across firms, but also very intense shortages. So most of the vacancies in these firms are in fact hard to fill. And we can show that, so that there is a sectoral composition here. So in particular, we sort of firms that are operating in manufacturing and mining report a higher probability of experiencing a recruitment difficulty, followed by firms in professionals, in market services, and to still a large extent, but lesser than in the other sectors, also firms in the public sector. So this is mostly healthcare. So what does it have to do with skills? Well, so we can see that firms which experience shortages are much more likely to have experienced a change in skill needs in the last 2 years, much more likely than firms that don't have a shortage. So there is something about changes skill needs and the necessity to find this different type of personnel than usual that is also engendering a difficulty in recruiting in these firms. We can also show that, in fact, sort of changes in technology at the firm level sort of are correlated to the pervasiveness of shortages. So here, the yellow diamond is, in fact, the same result as the general aggregate. So the proportion of firms that are in shortage throughout the country. And with the colored bars, in fact, we show the proportion of firms that are in shortage that are also changing their technology, that have also changed in the last 2 years, the technologies that you find here at the bottom of the graph. So green technologies are technologies that engender a reduction in energy consumption and carbon footprint at the firm level. Digital technologies, we have a very large number of technologies that we enumerate when we survey firms. And then we have AI in the two broad forms that we have recently experienced, both the generative AI and the more machine learning kind of AI. What you can see is that megatrends are in fact positively correlated to experiencing a shortage. In particular, when you look at the sort of firms that have invested in these technologies and have reported changes skill needs, what seems to be especially difficult to find is this type of skills. So it's digital skills, green skills, and social and communication skills. And I think this will tie up pretty well with some other interventions today in the panel. We can also show that sort of young firms have especially hard time finding personnel. This is purely descriptive, but this result holds on an econometric exploration. So what does it say about our economies where we want more startups and we want startups to actually grow? A fourth fact, so the low productivity firms and frontier firms face higher labor shortages on average. So this is the U shape in the distribution, in the relationship that I mentioned at the very beginning. So as you can see, in fact, especially low productivity firms have a hard time finding personnel, but also firms at the top decile of the productivity distribution, that's how we define top productivity firms in this analysis, have have a lesser problem, but much more than other moments of the distribution. What does it actually mean? So do these two groups of firms experience the same problems? Well, no, this is not the case, or at least not from our analysis. So high productivity firms in particular are more likely than low productivity firms to experience shortages because of lack of appropriate skills, because of the difficulty finding appropriately skilled personnel, but we can also show that they are also more likely to deploy strategies to make up for these shortages. So in terms of training, automation, and internal reorganization. While conversely, low productivity firms are more likely to report shortages because they cannot offer high enough salaries and because they offer worse working condition, and they are more likely to report production losses and giving up on innovations because they can't find suitable personnel. So we are at the OECD, so I can only conclude with some policy indications. This is very descriptive and preliminary. So what you can see is that countries that more heavily invest in some policies like training, like active labor market policies, in particular search services, and to a lesser extent family policies, are less likely to, so firms in these countries are less likely to experience shortages. Conversely, sort of in countries where licensing is more prevalent, or the sort of competition restrictions are more prevalent, as indicated a bit by the product market regulation indicators, they are more likely to experience shortages than firms in other countries. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you, Luca. So one of the messages from this survey is that the skills matter. So then, Maria, could you please share with us the conclusion of your recent research?
Wonderful. That's you. So, oops. Here we go.
So the question is, which kind of skills?
Great, so thank you. It was great to attend this morning. Some of what I wanted to say, I'm not going to say anymore because it was said already and repeated. So this is agile, adapting to what I've been hearing this morning. What I was planning to talk about and present is this work I've done as part of the Conseil d'analyse économique. We wrote a paper about the skill issues in France, right? We identified skills and the lack of appropriate skills as one of the main culprits of the slowdown in French productivity growth, and we dove into what these were. So I'm going to give you the highlights of that because some of what I was going to talk about you've already heard, and in addition I'm going to give you some, again, highlights of some of the research I've been doing around specific policies that firms or in different players in the economy have put in place to change that problem, right? So I'm going to give you like the big picture, some of which you've already heard, and then some more micro level studies than what we've heard so far. That I thought that's why I think it's going to be more interesting. Anyway, let me quick. So as part of the report, we identified 3 things that were an issue in driving the slowdown of French productivity. One is the slowdown of cognitive skills, but also the fact that different kinds of skills are being demanded, and in particular, we focused on soft skills, on non-cognitive skills. I'll say more about this in a second. And the third aspect we focused on is what are the barriers to skill allocation. And this morning, somebody alluded to Xavier Jaravel's work, so he was part of this note of the CAE, and we actually looked at what is the role of the lack of proper allocation of skills within the economy in slowing down productivity. So cognitive, non-cognitive, barriers to skill allocation. Let me say a couple of things on each of these. First, we know cognitive skills are important. This was talked about this morning. It shows up in the correlation, in the cross-country correlations. It shows up in the panel country analysis. Some numbers are up there. To give you a sense of the extent of the slowdown in skills, this is what the French decline in math looks like. So what this chart shows is that if you take the purple line, if you were born in 1975, that was your level of math, and for a comparable test, that is the decline for the different generations, right? So if you're born in 2005, that's been the extent of the decline. So it's not just the last decade, it actually goes back further in time, and there's been a really sharp decline. So this is a big issue. The report talks about this. This is not new. We know, policymakers know, we need to change and improve math skills, and it was talked about how we're trying to do that. Second one that we talk a little bit less about, it's this idea of non-cognitive skills. Cognitive skills matter, we know that. Non-cognitive skills matter a lot, and matter almost as much or as much as cognitive skills in this day and age. What are non-cognitive skills? it's a slew of things. So there's teamwork, coordination between people, emotional skills, presentation skills, negotiations, everything that is behavioral and social falls into this idea of non-cognitive soft skills. They're very important. Employers often report this is the main barrier to hiring somebody, is their lack of soft skills broadly understood when we hire. And it matters, and this is some of the OECD work, very interesting work, it matters also in places where you think all that matter are cognitive skills. No, it also matters in high IT-intensive industries, right? So this is a very important element. And so what we did as part of this CAE note is to look at how was the changing demand for these skills over time. So we followed earlier work for the US. We classified occupations into high math content and high-low math content, high-low social skill content. And we looked at how has the share of employment in each of these four groups, high, low, low, etc., so 2 by 2, how has it evolved over time? And this is what we see. Similar to the US with some differences, what you see is that the share of employment, the share of occupations, employment in occupations, that is high social, high math, that's the dark, solid blue line, is the one that has increased the most. That's for France. The second highest is high social, low math. So these are not highly cognitive skill demands, occupations, but have a high social skill demand content. So those are the ones that social has grown a lot. It's a much larger and larger share of occupations. What has fallen? Low social, low math occupations. There's this huge decline. And that's, you know, it relates in other ways. So this is for France. So we really need to work on this. And when we divide industries into those that use high social, high math versus low use of these high growth occupations, we see the differential change in productivity. After the financial crisis, those who did not use a lot of those skills actually did not pick up. If the French economy had just been the industries that use a lot of high social, high math skills, TFP would have kept growing. It's part of the heterogeneity. How do we increase soft skills? That's a big question. A lot of it is for the young, right? How do we train our kids in primary, secondary school, high school to be better at developing these interpersonal social skills? There's a great note, and I'll refer you for details, that the CAE produced in 2018 that looks at that. What I've been working on recently is, can we actually change soft skills for adults? Are soft skills malleable when you're an adult? Do we have a hope to be better at soft skills? That's something that, as I said, employers value a lot, and the French Unemployment Agency has been trying to work on, because that was the 60% of employers that work with the French Unemployment Agency report the lack of soft skills as the main barrier for hiring, over diploma, over cognitive skills, hard skills. So they developed a training to increase the soft skills of job seekers. And I, with Alexandra Roulet and Joanna Roth at Sciences Po, have been evaluating that. So what I'm going to present you some results of an ongoing evaluation of this program that France Travail, the French Unemployment Agency, offers to its unemployed and job seekers to increase their soft skills. So we've run this as a randomized control trial. So it's an ongoing multi-year evaluation where we really randomize people into groups to test what's the impact of receiving this soft skill training on the skills of these employers. These are, so just a couple of details on the program. These are a program that is done in groups. They're there for 1 to 2 weeks, groups of 8 to 10 people. And the goal is to enable these job seekers to really recognize the importance of soft skills, identifying what are the soft skills that they can put forward, and helping them work on those when looking for a job, when writing their CV, when writing an application letter, when doing an interview. So it really works on teamwork, interpersonal communication skills, and self-presentation skills for 1 to 2 weeks. Let me skip this. And the good news is that we find that they matter. First, we collect data before even they go into this training. So at baseline, we measure a number of soft skills that have been identified as relevant for job search and successful job search. Is like, how autonomous are you in your career? Do you know how to navigate the job search? Self-efficacy, and then locus of control. And the first thing I'm showing you here is that those people who at baseline, before they engage in the training, actually have more of those soft skills are more likely to find a job a few months later. So these are highly predictive of job finding. And the question is, but this is before we intervene. The question is, can we actually increase these things? This is predictive of job finding. Can I help this unemployed job seeker do better? And the answer is yes. So I'm even showing you some regression tables now. What we see is that those who were in our treatment group, so who were randomized into receiving this soft skill training, increased their reported autonomy, increased their reported self-efficacy. We did not have effects on some of the other dimensions. So the good news is that this training was successful at changing how effective they were at work. So this is good news. We can change, adults can actually improve on this dimension, and this is not a very long program. It's a very intense program, a very intense 2-week program, but it's not this huge investment. The return on investment was high once we do all it cost around 800 euros per job seeker. We also find that it reduces anxiety. It increases the self-confidence of these job seekers. Therefore, they're more confident when they go out and look for a job. Good news is that we did not change their personality. We also measured this almost as a placebo. We want to change soft skills, but we don't think we can change everything. And the truth is that some of these big 5 dimensions of personality traits did not change, so that's good. And the evaluation is ongoing. We find that we raise the awareness of those soft skills. We find we can change some of, not all, but some of these soft skills. And I'm not putting the results here, but the ongoing evaluation is like, it doesn't look like they're a bit more likely to be employed, but the quality of their job changes. For those who are employed, they earn higher wages. They're more likely to have permanent contracts rather than short-term contracts. So the quality of the jobs that they find following this is good. So this is all good news. And I'll be very quick on my third point, which is this idea that, okay, we have soft skills matter, hard skills matter, but are we getting the right skills flowing to the right place? This was alluded to this morning. What we showed in the report is that what this is showing is the number of engineers and researchers as a function of which part of the quartile of the distribution of income they were born in. What this says is that you're much more likely to be an engineer or a researcher if you're born in a rich household than if you're born in a poor household. Now, this is a huge problem because we assume that there's as many smart children born in poor households than in rich households, and this suggests there's some barriers that doesn't let the smart kids to go to where they're more useful. Similar points have been made for women. What we estimated in the report is that, as you see, there would be almost 3 times as many researchers in France as we currently have if there were no barriers for these women and low socioeconomic class to flow where they are. So this is an issue, right? How do we get people to flow into the right place? So I wrote a paper, again, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, where we worked on exactly that problem with a company in Peru, Laboratoria. Laboratoria is a not-for-profit that trains low and middle-income women to become coders. And the problem was that how do we get more women to apply? Women do not flow to be coders in Peru. There were only 7% of coders in Peru were women at the time, and they wanted to attract more women. So again, this is the second piece of kind of actual intervention that I want to show you. We worked with Laboratoria to change the messaging of how they presented a career in tech, a career as a software development. And in particular, we counterbalance the stereotype that women do not belong to a technology or to a coder career. How did we do that? We think of, again, a randomized controlled trial where we tried 2 different types of messaging first, then we'll have 4. And in the treatment message, we tried to, at the application stage, we told women 3 pieces of information. One is that, here's a role model, so that the control group didn't get that. So the role model that says a woman like you can be a coder. The second is the returns to education and to a coding career are high also for women. We emphasize that it's not just a high for men, but also for women. And third piece of evidence we had there is that you will not be alone. You will have a network, because we're training a lot of women, you will have a network when we graduate. That message doubled application rates. The women who saw the treatment message, the counter-stereotypical message, were twice as likely to apply. And we did this in a bunch of different places. We systematically got this effect. So this is really low intervention. Then we looked at, in a second experiment in Mexico, which information of the three elements I gave you was the one that had more of a bite. So here we had 4 treatment arms. If women who were shown all the information applied with a 12% chance, and then we pulled one piece of information at a time, you see that the biggest decline is the role model. So the role models seem to have a big effect, but the other two also have an effect. So this is, again, trying to undo these barriers that are implicit, that we hold against ourselves, that we have when we make decisions, to try and debias any implicit biases that they might have in mind. So that's the second evidence I wanted to show you. So that's it. So we care about a lot of dimensions of skills, and I tried to give you 2 examples, again, at the very micro level now, of interventions that can be done to increase skills and better allocation of human capital. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. To stay with national experience, another message from the survey that Luca presented is the role of labor shortages. So then, Jonathan, if you can explain the situation in Canada, would be great.
Great, thanks a lot. So I want to start by thanking OECD colleagues and French colleagues for the invitation to present today. So I'm going to present the situation in Canada, talk about kind of current productivity trends, and then what we're seeing around skill and labor shortages overall. But first, I wanted to start with a show of hands in the room. Who has been to Canada before in the room, by show of hands? All right, that's pretty good. So I wanted to give you your afternoon stretch there. So you're welcome. And for those of you who haven't, I would definitely encourage you to visit Canada. It's a beautiful country. We have a great way of life. And I think that's why it's also important to talk about productivity. So I think as an economist making policy in government, I think we have a political economy problem. And that's because if you ask the average person on the street what their top 5 economic challenges are, I'm willing to bet they're unlikely to say productivity. They're likely to say finding a job, making a better salary, paying for groceries. Productivity is likely never to come up on their list. And I think that's what we need to think about as economists, is how we can communicate productivity in a more non-economist friendly way to really highlight the importance. And I think this is something that Alvaro touched upon, and I think it's really critical because productivity, as we all know, is really about maintaining our standard of living. And so when we look at the situation in Canada, we know productivity is best observed over the long term, but the post-pandemic period is really particularly concerning. So overall long-term trends, similar to other OECD countries, Canada, we've been seeing declining labor productivity growth since the 1960s. However, between 2008 and 2019, Canada was second in the G7 in terms of labor productivity growth. However, when we look coming out of the pandemic and we look at basically the last 16 quarters, 14 of them, we've seen negative productivity growth. And so this performance has essentially erased all our productivity growth since 2017. And we really see at the industry or sector level that it's broad-based. There's some particular concerning sectors here. I'll just point out construction. So it's at a 30-year low. And when we talk about things that are important, like housing in Canada, which is very much a hot topic right now, when you have a construction sector that's not being as productive as it should be, that doesn't help with that challenge. And I think the OECD has also done some fun forecasting here over the next 40 years that essentially predicts Canada's per capita GDP will rank last amongst OECD countries over the next 40 years. So within the department, we really see 4 elements that contribute to stronger productivity. So the first is skills and work practices, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. So improving worker and managerial skills and job design is really important. And I think one of my other key messages I really want to get across today is I think a lot of the policies we do are really supply side focused, and I'm talking about skills policies. And there is, of course, supply side is very important, But I do think we need to look at demand side and the extent to which firms are actively deploying and utilizing the skills available in the economy within the firm to get better productivity. Of course, skills is one aspect of productivity. We also see innovation as absolutely critical. R&D, developing new products and processes are very important. Capital deepening, overall quality of intangible and tangible investments are really important. And the business environment, and that's been talked a lot about this morning, so the role that competition can play in fostering productivity is absolutely critical. So when we look at the labor market and look at labor demand in Canada, so 2 years before the pandemic, you can see from the slide here, we were averaging about 535,000 job vacancies. So just to put that in context, our labor force in Canada is about 22 million. During the COVID period, so we reached our peak in terms of job vacancies in Q2 2022, so 1 million job vacancies overall. So that was the post-pandemic peak. And when you look at the million job vacancies, 65% of those required high school education or less. So on 1 million, 650,000 jobs required high school education or less. We've seen now the latest sort of data we have, job vacancies have come down. Q2 2024, we still got 54% of those job vacancies requiring high school education or less. So I think part of the challenge we're having in Canada is we see a lot of firms that are requiring low-skilled labor, and that's not necessarily good for productivity overall. We also see when we look at the data from our labor force survey, comparing the educational profile, of the unemployed population, and then we look at the overall job vacancies. Again, here you see, the sort of where the demand is higher is at that lower skilled end. And actually you have a pretty fair group of unemployed people with a diploma or certificate or bachelor levels above that are looking for a job, but the demand is not necessarily there. So again, utilizing these people is I think, getting at that skills mismatch issue. And we look overall, 2019, Canada has about 40% of Canadians were mismatched in their jobs, for which almost 23% were underqualified. So I think getting at that skills mismatch issue is really important for productivity overall. And when we look at what are the types of skills that are in demand, and this is building, I think, on the previous interventions, we see that employers it's a mix of both hard technical skills and soft skills. So this comes from job vacancy data, as well as a survey of firms that we've done. So you see the top 5 kind of most common skills that employers are looking for. So technical, practical, job-specific skills, problem-solving skills, customer service, critical thinking, teamwork, which are more sort of softer skills. We've also done some work within the department looking at online job posting data. That's the bottom chart there, the top 5. Again, here you see probably more soft skills in demand, teamwork, communication skills. Employers are looking for low-skilled people that have soft skills. And I think that's part of the challenge overall. And I do want to touch on the importance of management practices. We really do see that as being key for productivity. And again, within the context of skills policies, better managers make better workplaces. And I think on the point of we have a pretty good supply, and of course, educating the population to boost that supply is important, but looking how that's deployed in the workplace is also really critical. And so some work we've done, I shouldn't say work we've done, our colleagues in the Department of Finance have done, looks at the percentage of Canadian managers that hold a university degree. And in Canada, we often like to compare to the US, given how close it is in proximity, an important trading partner for us. And we see that across many different sectors, a lot of our managers don't have the same level of university education as managers in the US. And I do want to touch on this notion, again, thinking about skills policies and looking at the demand side of high-performance work practices. So those are effectively practices that favor employee autonomy, job tasking, rotation, training programs, things that try to give the employee more purpose in the workplace are really important. And the OECD PX survey, we were able to get at the percentage of or prevalence of high-performance workplace practices. We need the OECD to update this data. It's very old for Canada. It's from 2015. The labor market has changed a lot. So I think getting a better measure of that, and within Canada, I think within the firm surveys we're looking at what types of questions we can add to get at this, because I think this needs to be part of the picture when we're thinking about the relationship between skills and productivity. So to conclude overall, Canada, like the rest of the world, has been grappling with weak productivity growth for decades. But like I said, the post-pandemic period has been particularly concerning. While skills are the great equalizer, the extent to which they're put to good use by firms is also very important. And we know that public policies can only go so far. We also need firms to step up and be part of the solution. So I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are running a bit out of time, so I will not use my privilege to be a moderator and starting asking questions, unless there is no question, but be ready, I will ask my question during the coffee break. Is there any question online or in the room? Yep, Alvaro.
Well, it's for Canada, but also partly for the United States. It's regarding the questions for Canada. And in particular, you mentioned that basically productivity is not doing very well. In fact, I've seen people comparing Canada to Argentina, which for me always it puzzles me why. But anyway, because of the productivity. But how much is this because of the impact of immigration in terms of the very large influx of immigration that we had the last 2 or 3 years? And I'm saying this because we had the issue in the morning. We are in the economics department. We are talking about this U.S. increase in productivity. Is this due to a real? Is it the AI, or is it really that the statistics that the United States is employing right now are not the ones that are taking into account the illegal immigration that came in? And so there's a question. We're going to look into this in the next few weeks, but we don't know. So I'll be interested to know. And perhaps people don't know how big the immigration flows went to Canada, but I think it would be interesting to get your perspective. Thanks.
Okay, so testing? Perfect. Well, thanks, Alvaro, for the question. It's a very good point. So for a little bit of context, Canada has seen record population growth. One of the government's responses to the high level of labor skill shortages that I presented, 1 million job vacancies, was allowing more immigrants to come in and grow the supply overall. So in the last 2 years, I think our population is now over 40 million. And that was from 38 million, I think 4 or 5 years ago. I'm forgetting the exact numbers off the top of my head, but the main point is record population growth. Now, the extent to which that has affected our productivity numbers overall, I don't have a valid answer. It's something we're studying within the department. I think overall, we view immigration as an absolutely critical source of labor and really critical in meeting labor shortages, and particularly in sectors and regions that, there were stories of employers closing down and not being able to McDonald's in a local town only being able to open on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Everyone needs their McDonald's to be open 7 days a week, right? So, I think that's it's an area we're looking at. I think there's certainly, that's part of the possible explanation, but I don't think it's the full explanation. I think overall, what we think in the department is business investment is really suboptimal. And we see when we look at what businesses are investing in, they're typically investing in non-residential structures, real estate, and not investing in productivity enhancing assets like machinery and equipment and intellectual property products overall.
I think we have another question on the back. Yeah. If you can just present you and the institution you belong to.
Sure. I'm Michael Argyro. I'm from the Ministry of Finance in Greece. Fascinating presentations. Thank you very much. Great insights. I was particularly interested in the analysis regarding soft skills. And it is not something that we economists typically come across. Perhaps we should. So my question is whether there is any evidence from other work as to how these soft skills, you touched upon it, but perhaps a little bit further elaboration would be beneficial. What is, if you like, a good guide regarding the development of soft skills, and whether there is here also some scope for joint work with other disciplines, whether interdisciplinary research can help us? Because it is clearly something that we economists are not probably the most experts to answer the question. Thank you.
Maria?
Yes, thanks for the question. I agree. I work at the business school. So in a business school, soft skills is what business school students go for. They go for finance and stuff like that, but leadership is what's the most in demand. And it's true that there's other disciplines that I've thought a lot about. So this goes back to, I will refer you to this work from Jan Algan, Luis Cuillery and others who looked at the French educational system and look what are the things that we're not producing in our education. Like, let me take the example of primary school, right? And I don't know how it is in Greece, but the French educational system is a lot about, is still based on the Napoleonic schooling, where it's very hierarchical. It's not about a lot about participation, it's more about memorizing. It's not about, so it's very in contrast with the Anglo-Saxon way of teaching, where there's a lot of teamwork, there's a lot of presentation, there's a lot of presenting yourself and losing fear. And so this then translates into adult rankings for France, where the level of anxiety of the French relative to, these are, I've also seen OECD surveys on this, is higher. So a lot of things actually are part of the culture. So it starts from a very young age. And yes, I mean, in education, if you go to the Nordic countries, they've thought a lot about this, about how to educate from younger age so that kids are confident, that they express themselves. And this goes from, you know, how do you structure the classroom so that you have more one-on-one education, that you adapt to the individual skills, that you have time for teamwork, time for presentation. So educational experts have thought about this for a long time. And I think the reason there's a revival, for those of you who have kids, young kids, I'm sure you've experienced this, of this whole Montessori schooling and all of that, is because the traditional systems do not provide this kind of skills. So it starts from young age, and in adulthood, a lot of what we teach in business school, that's called with organizational behavior leadership, is a lot about self-reflection and actually going that. One of the most successful courses that INSEAD teaches, and I taught at Columbia Business School before, and it was also the most popular course at Columbia Business School, is something called psychological issues in management. I've sat in some of those classes. It's like collective therapy, but it's when you're reflecting on how am I as a leader, how do you see me, which is a lot what I saw in this soft skills training for the unemployed. I saw it also in those, and it's a lot about that. It's like starting self-reflecting instead of putting, but then it encompasses a lot of things. So for sure, multidisciplinary, other disciplines have thought a lot about it already, but economists have started thinking about this. You know, we do some of this, but there's been randomized control trials it was one in Bangladesh and one in, I think it's Argentina, where they train soft skills in regular manufacturing, in manufacturing companies, to see how better leadership better affected productivity. So we have evidence from randomized control trials within companies that say training managers to have better soft skills actually improves the productivity of their workforce, right? So there's mounting evidence from these different areas.
And then maybe a very quick question, abusing my role anyway. Luca, based on what Maria and Jonathan said, in one of your slides, where you talk about megatrends and labor shortage. My impression is that at some point you suggest that investment is creating labor shortage, but can't we say this is the inverted or reverse causality, where basically firms invest precisely to bypass the shortage?
Yes, okay, thank you very much for the question. So yes, that is a possibility. The survey is a cross-section, so it's a bit difficult to, across countries, so it's a bit difficult to tease out causality. So let's say that we have some smoking guns that led us to sort of think about causality in that particular direction. So if you, in fact, remove firms, so we ask firms, did you actually invest in automation because you were experiencing shortages? And a bunch of them do, but if we remove these firms from our sample, in fact, the relationship that I showed there still holds. We're also coming out of a different type of analysis, which is not firm level, but rather industry level, whereby we can actually relate with a much more causal mechanism the deployment of megatrends with this labor market tightness that you show. And in fact, we do tease out a more causal link in that sense. So we do see, we do think about these results at the firm level as a reflection of what we see more at the industry aggregate level. Yeah, so.
Is there any question online before taking 2 more questions? Okay, so I think Yeah, you were first. Don't forget to just give your name and the institution you belong to. Just here, yeah.
Yes,
Okay. There is competition here. We are very productive in questions, so that's good. Yeah, sorry, so the next one, yeah.
Hi, Dan Andrews from the OECD. Luca, I had a question for you about your skill shortage analysis. It's super interesting, and certainly like the average rate of skill shortages is quite alarming. But when you cut it up by the productivity distribution, it's actually quite reassuring, right? Because particularly the concentration of skill shortages in the least productive firms, because that's a sign of efficient reallocation, if you like. The less productive firms should be downsizing or having pressure to maintain their labour force in a well-functioning economy. So can you tell us anything more about the bottom part of the distribution and sort of maybe how that relates to policy settings? Because obviously how policies affect the average rate of skill shortage is interesting, but you've also got a chance to say something about allocation, right, which is more closely linked to productivity.
And so I think your question is also complementary, so...
Yeah, I think so. So I'm
Jeff, your name, sorry?
I'm Jeff Tiley from the Trades Union Congress in the UK. I was going to ask about wage behaviour by industry. Off the top of my head, I recall in the UK, the two industries where pay has really grown since the global financial crisis are the finance sector and ICT. So that kind of matches some of the shortages you picked out. But I wonder more generally, if you ask the businesses in your sample, how they were dealing with these shortages, was one of the ways they were dealing with them trying to offer higher pay, as we would hope.
So Luca and Jonathan, who's first?
Sure. So on the wage, so I'm sorry, Dan, I'm starting with the wage. So the wage side, so we do see that across all firms, in fact, the first solution that they deploy is in fact increasing salaries. About 30% of firms report that, but approximately the same proportion of firms actually report offering new training or offering more flexibility in working schedule. So it's not just about salaries. So of course, I mean, there is a sort of a wage productivity. We think that there is a wage productivity component here. So if you have higher shortages among the least productive firms, and how are they going to be able to increase salaries that much? So is this affordable for them? And that's probably not the case. So to tie up with Dan's question, yes, we have a similar conclusion at this stage. So that in fact, this negative relationship between productivity and shortages is in fact a signal that allocative efficiency is somewhere working in our economies. But as Jonathan has mentioned this morning, in fact, reallocation is probably not the largest component to productivity growth in our economies in the last 10 years. So it's good news, but it's not good enough. Let me say it this way. And so we do find, though, that as you saw, that some of the policies that are more tightly linked to reallocation do come out as important in our empirical exploration of the policy dynamics, particularly active labor market policies, PMR, and licensing.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I can add in. I think, within Canada, similar to other OECD countries, we've just gone through a huge inflationary period. Inflation's finally back to normal at 2% in Canada. And so during that kind of period, we were within the department monitoring the risks of a wage price spiral, but wage rates have largely kind of come back to normal and are fairly consistent with previous trends. And I think one of the other things we've been trying to look at within the context of labor and skill shortages, and I do think it's important to differentiate between the two, right? Like labor shortages is one thing, and then the actual skills that those jobs need is a different thing altogether. So when I'm presenting job vacancy data, I would say that's more around labor shortages than skill shortages. So I do think it's important to separate those two terms, but we have seen in those sectors that typically have high job vacancy rates that the wage patterns have not been going up like you think they would be. You would think the market would respond or employers would respond when you're looking for someone to raise the wages higher. But I would think that maybe potentially those business models need lower wages to operate. And I think that's the public policy challenge, is you want employers creating jobs in communities that they operate, but from a productivity lens, you need to think through at what point does public policy maybe stop supporting those types of business models and allow the market to kind of work itself out. And there is a real balance there, I think, for public policymakers overall.
Yeah, but behind the shortages, we have also the mismatch in skills that you showed for Canada, but also Alvaro showed before lunch for the OECD countries. So then, Maria, how do you assess the vast training program we have in the various countries, and for school and college in particular? Do you think that we need to change something in the terms of the profile of a teacher, but also the way they learn and they teach?
I think, and again, I'm not the expert on education content, but I report what I've read. Yes, for sure, there's a rethinking, especially in the more traditional schooling systems, as to how kids learn. And now with the technology and AI and all of these things, the rethinking needs to go even further, is what are the skills that are really necessary to learn and what are the skills that are less necessary to learn. So that I think, and in France at least, I think we're behind even that first round. So more needs to be done into that. Something that also I think is important for policymakers, I've seen it in France as a decline, is that we're paying our teachers less and less. So in France, there's a problem of having good people go to become educators, and how can you, do that if you don't have the right skills at education? So now the current government has, the previous government, current president, has been trying to increase the wages for primary school teachers, and I think this is an important, like one of the most important investments to be done, to rethink that.
A last question. We just have time for a last question. Online? No? No more? Okay, so let me thank you, each of you, and thank you very much for this very inspiring discussion. Hoping that policymakers will learn from this discussion, and see you soon. Thank you very much.
Mais ils le savent. 10 minutes. Oh non. Je sais pas. Bon, ils ont compris.
Si, il y en a. Ouais, si, il y en a. C'est bien fait.
Ah oui, c'est vrai. Mais mais le... On va démarrer. Nous allons poursuivre la suite avec la dernière.
So we are going to continue with our last session of the day on the green transition.
La transition écologique, le ministre, le secrétaire général de l'OCDE et le directeur général de...
The green transition has been mentioned by the General Director of the Treasury as well as Mathias CORMANN. It is essential to think about the green transition for OECD economies over the next few years. We need to change the way our society works. We need new skills. So is the green transition a risk or an opportunity for our economies? To answer this question, I'd like to call on stage Daniel Mawson, who will be the moderator for this session. He is Senior Economic Advisor
Merci.
Department for Business and Trade, UK. Thank you for moderating this conversation.
Thank you. Well, as always, it's great to be back at the GFP. I think I've been to 9 out of the 10 conferences, so not quite as good a batting record as Stefan, but not too bad. I think this is a very important question. We've got a really great panel here for you. So before I do some introductory remarks to sort of spur some questions, I'm going to introduce our 3 great panelists. So first we have Lona Ak, Deputy Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Industry, Business and Financial Affairs in Denmark. Géraldine MAHIEU, Director of Investment Growth Structural Reforms at DG ECFIN in the European Commission. And our third panelist will be Rodrigo Creel, Executive Secretary of the National Productivity Commission in Chile. Right. So, these are mostly intended to be some interesting reflections to hopefully provoke some questions after the 3 talks. So, my starting point for thinking about productivity in the green transition is, as economists, we have to be honest that there are some really quite big trade-offs. The green transition is a huge restructuring of our economy, and in particular, it requires a massive amount of public and private investment to green our capital stock. And at a macro level, that has to be paid for at some point, either now or in the future. But the plus point, as analysis by the UK's Climate Change Commission suggests, the reward for that is potentially very large reductions in operating costs in the future because these technologies supply energy at a lower marginal cost and are more efficient in a number of other ways. And for me, this is in part one of the positive stories about the green transition is, well, the UK, as the chart on the right suggests, has already made quite big strides in improving energy efficiency between 1990 and 2020. And most of this was actually quite broad-based across sectors, so it suggests it's not just offshoring. So the fact there's more energy efficiency to come is actually quite attractive to me in thinking about we might have some actual productivity gains in the future. But coming back to a point which has been raised in a few of the previous sessions, measurement is very, very important. And we have to remember that the economic bads from climate change, the negative outputs, aren't actually included in GDP. So if you want to think about the productivity impacts properly, in an ideal world, you would be factoring them in. So the chart here on the right is from some really great work from academics at the Bennett Institute in the UK. And they said, well, if you try and factor these negative outputs into UK GDP, what does UK productivity growth look like? And interestingly, it's actually faster, both before the financial crisis and afterwards, because there are payoffs to all of those investments which aren't capitalized into GDP. And actually, when you account for them, we look a lot better than we do anyway. But even if we can't do that, because obviously adding things into GDP takes a very, very, very long time, you can still see some of the benefits of green policies on GDP in the measured output and productivity stats. So the results here are from some ongoing work in my committee at the OECD, the CIIE, and they suggest that the impacts of pollution on GDP are actually quite large, and therefore actually the productivity benefits from reducing air pollution, for example, can also be quite substantial. And these are potential benefits for a large number of OECD countries. But, and I would say this as the chair of the industry committee, we do need to think about how the macro industry and firm level effects play out. So aggregate outcomes might be driven by reallocation between sectors, so more polluting sectors suffer and lower polluting sectors benefit. Industries which don't see large aggregate effects might mask winners and losers between firms. And finally, actually, between firms, you might see that some firms are just better adapting to some of these types of policies than others. So there's going to be heterogeneous impacts on the firm population as well. And that dispersion point matters because, as we see from some related work, there's a reasonable correlation between CO2 productivity and labor productivity in OECD countries, but the dispersion in CO2 productivity is much larger. And there are 2 ways you can sort of read this. The negative take is the green transition could even widen that dispersion even further because the winning firms are already quite highly productive and they're just going to pull further away. I try to take a positive take, which suggests that if there are lots of basic things some of these good firms are doing, a bit like in management practices, if we can get other firms to adopt them, we could potentially, there might be lots of opportunities to improve CO2 productivity without necessarily a big hit to productivity. And I'd like to think of a final thought, which is my sort of positive thought for the day. So there's a really good, interesting set of articles from The Economist, I think about a month ago, where they said, well, what happens if some of these really massive reductions in energy prices from solar really kick in? And their argument was, we tend to think of net zero as this big problem, it's a big transition we have to manage, but we don't think about the fact there might be big structural benefits at the far end. If you get really low marginal cost energy, lots of business models become much more attractive. Where we actually locate firms might change to gain access to that energy. So there are lots of potential changes which we've tended to not think about as much because we're always focusing on the really massive logistical and operational challenge of delivering net zero in the first place. And with that, I'd like to finish and hand over to our first speaker, which is Lona.
So thank you for any of you expecting an answer to the question about opportunity or risk. You can go home now. I'm not going to do that. What I will do is I'll bring this down from perhaps the theoretical level where economists tend to work to where we've actually worked in Denmark on achieving the green transition. So this is these are some real-life results from Denmark. A little bit of background, I won't go into that too much. Like many countries and like we've seen many times today, we've seen a decline in productivity growth rates in Denmark as well, and especially in the most recent years, if we discount that we have a very large pharmaceutical sector, productivity has actually been very dismal. So not such a very good starting point. And also, I don't know if to make matters worse, but at least to make matters more difficult, we have, like many other countries also, an ambitious reduction target in Denmark. In 2020, in Denmark, we agreed on a climate law, which states that by 2030, we need to reduce our emissions by 70% compared to 1990. And also, because politicians are kind like that, with some conditions. First of all, we don't want any carbon leakage, so reductions in Denmark should not lead to increased emissions in other countries. We don't want the business structure to change in Denmark. We don't want to keep the cohesion and social balance intact. And we want continued sound public finances and also competitiveness. Basically, that's impossible. But Dan had some positive news for us, and I think I very much agree, so I won't go really much into to what we have on this slide. In the long term, yes, there are some quite positive effects on productivity and on our growth models from getting to this net zero. But the point is, of course, you don't get to the long term without getting past the short term. So how do you do that? So basically, if we look at what you can do as a policymaker, you can use the stick, you can use the carrot to get people or companies to change. In Denmark, we use a combination of the two. We do spend quite heavily on subsidies. But one of the main workhorses, and what I'll spend a bit more time on today, is taxation, where we have introduced some taxation on carbon emissions. And why do we love taxes so much in Denmark? We do that in general, but we also do that, especially if we're talking about carbon emissions, because it is an externality. We want to put a price on that. That's one thing, and on the other thing is that we also want firms to individually plan the reduction path that makes sense for them, rather than trying from a public policymaker point of view to make the choices and see what technologies are useful. Having said that, of course, we combine that in Denmark with support to develop key green technologies. So this is what's been going on. A lot of hard work in Denmark for the past 4 or 5 years. In 2021, we established an expert group on a green tax reform. Their work was divided into 2 phases. The first phase which was pretty much, I suppose, the easiest part, was to come up with recommendations on how to put together a carbon emissions tax on industry and energy-related emissions. And the second phase was to look at agriculture. So if you look at the first phase, they came up with their recommendations in February 2022. And in June 2022, we had a political agreement on a new carbon tax, which will be phased in a few months from now. It will start from 1st of January 2025. Phase 2 took a little bit longer because now we're looking at biological processes, we're looking at agriculture, we're looking at land use. So they came up with a report in February 2024. And in June 2024, we had the so-called Green Tripart Agreement. I won't go into that, but it's basically an agreement on how to operationalize the recommendations from the expert group. And just after the summer, we actually established in Denmark a ministry that has as its one task to implement these recommendations. So, just a little bit on the tax rates. This is one on the industrial sector, on energy-related carbon emissions. Now, when you look at this slide, you need to remember those conditions that I mentioned from the climate law. We don't want carbon leakage. We don't want business structures to change. How do you achieve that? Primarily, what we've done in Denmark is that we've differentiated the tax rates. Those that are already within the EU emissions trading system, and those that aren't within the ETS. If you're not within the ETS, you get a tax rate of 100 euros. And if you're within the ETS, you get a discount, basically, because you're, of course, already also paying to the ETS system. And then there's a special discount for mineralogical processes, which in the case of Denmark basically means one large cement factory. That's the bonus of being part of a small country. That we actually kind of can put not only companies, but actually names and faces to what's happening with the green transmission. Another part, a very important part, is that those new taxes are phased in gradually towards 2030. And of course, we have introduced quite a lot of compensation schemes to support investments in low emissions technology and in upskilling of the labor force. A large amount of these compensations are dedicated to carbon capture and storage, because in our view, that's going to be a very central technology. And the good news is, we actually already see signs that the taxes are working. Even before they come into effect, we've seen these are basically, I think, the 40 largest emitters in Denmark. But if you have the 40 largest emitters in Denmark, you pretty much have all of our emissions. And this is what's happened to their emissions since 2011. And what we've seen is this very steep decline since around the time when we started the expert group. So it seems to, at this moment, that the new tax is actually working even before it's taking effect. And if when we talk to the industry, we have a very strong sense that they're actually on board in doing this. So let's get to the really difficult part. Denmark is set to become the first country in the world to tax carbon emissions from biological processes. That's from livestock, that's from land use. A little bit of background on why do we think that's important in Denmark. We have around 12 million pigs in Denmark. If you put that into a perspective of how many people we are there, that's 1 to 2. So 2 pigs per person in Denmark. In per capita terms, that's 3 times the amount they have in the Netherlands, which I think is the second. So quite a lot of pigs. And also 50% of all land in Denmark is used for agriculture. That's by making us by far the most intensively farmed country in the EU. Of course, that has consequences. We have nitrogen ending up in the waters around Denmark, leading to very serious pollution problems. So while we do like to have this idea of ourselves as sort of a front runner, there's also really good reason for us to be digging into this and doing something on this area. Now, trying to explain what's actually part of this Green Tripart agreement without jumping into a rabbit hole of details. it's a bit difficult. I won't go into what the green tripartite is. Ask me after this if you like. But I think one of the keys about it is not just a tax on carbon emissions. It's kind of like a 360 degrees plan for biodiversity, nitrogen pollution, land use, as well as emissions. So the key instruments are a tax on livestock, and the big change in the way we use land in Denmark with focus on taking land out of use, those that have high carbon emissions or high nitrogen pollution. And lastly, technological innovation and not most very importantly, documentation, so that you can get access to a smaller tax rate if you can document that you're using different kind of products and processes that are actually working and reducing emissions. And last thing that's also very important is that that the part of it is local planning. So you want local communities, local authorities to be part of this discussion, to be part of the decision process in order to make sure that you're actually taking out the lands that are the most important or for reaching the goals, but with the least local effects. This transition in the land use begins now, but the tax will not be phased in until starting in 2030. So, key takeaways. Yes, we have been very ambitious. We are, and I think rightly so, quite proud to be the first country in the world to introduce a tax on biological processes. We use a combination of taxes and subsidies. We don't as yet have any evaluation on productivity effects. It's a mandatory task, and we've set some conditions that we want to reach in the climate law and how to do it. I think one of the key things is that you do want global actions in this area in order to reduce negative consequences on competitiveness, but we also want local action. I think that's what working in Denmark is. You want local authorities and local businesses to take part also in this in order to achieve this in the most, the least harmful way. I think that's it.
Is that on? Is that on? Right, hopefully that's working. Good. Thank you, Lona. We'll now move to our second speaker, Géraldine.
Good afternoon, everyone. So many thanks for inviting us. As Daniel said, I'm representing the European Commission, so I'm director in DG ECFIN. So I would want to, so some of the points have already been mentioned earlier, but I would want to focus on 3 points today. First, to look at we look at the EU, and indeed Denmark is a front runner, but here I will give a perspective on the EU. So where do we stand here in terms of the climate target, first of all? Then a short recap on indeed the link between the productivity and climate policy, and thirdly, what are the policy implications and the policy that we do at EU level. So now the previous speaker. Oh, no, that working. Okay. Sorry, I realized that we should have used the global productivity, but okay, we are very proud of having our own logo on it. So first of all, so where do we stand on greenhouse gas emission reduction today? So this is always the issue of the glass half full, half empty, but here the glass is half full, but in a bad way. So in the sense that we still have a lot to do, in the sense that we have indeed, the good news, we have reduced, if we look at the chart on the left-hand side show the reduction in emissions since 1990, which is our base. So we have a reduction about 1/3, so that's in a sort of way not bad, but that still means that we need a further 2/3 reduction to reach our global goal of zero emission by 2050. Now, on the right-hand side, you see the distance from the target of 2030, where for 2030, we have said that we wanted to reduce emission by 55%. So here you can see that we have made some progress, but there are still things to be done. So the dark blue is what we have done, and the yellow, the light blue is what still needs to be done. And what you can see is that even though, for example, for power and industry more generally, we had like a large reduction, about 40% reduction of the emission, they are still a very large emitter. And if we look, for example, at the transport has even increased their emission compared to the baseline by about a quarter, so 25% between 1919 and 2023. And a large part of this increase is coming from the road transport, notably passenger car, light-duty vehicle, but also aviation and maritime transport. So what does it tell us is that so climate policy is there to stay, climate target should continue to be there, and in fact we should have even more stringent regulation because we are far from having achieved where we want to go. So now if we have, like, it means that our emissions are not still, emission abatement are still to come, so then the question is what is the impact of these type of policies on productivity. So, and I think this has been mentioned already before. So, and if we abstract for this problem of productivity measurement, which is a key issue as well, in the long run, the good news is that it seems that there is an alignment between enhancing labor productivity on one hand and emission efficiency on the other hand. So. And so we can see that there is a mild positive correlation. So that means that basically you can increase, as I said, labor productivity growth and at the same time increase emission efficiency. And when I mean emission efficiency, that means basically the amount of output per unit of emission. So I say mildly because the R square here, the correlation is not fantastic. It says 0.19. So that means that you have some correlation. Now, if you look a bit behind this and to see what is driving this correlation, it is basically the energy efficiency. So there is a relatively strong correlation between energy efficiency and labor productivity. So that means that technology in a certain way can both increase the labor productivity and the energy productivity. So that means at aggregate level. So that could hide indeed, as Daniel mentioned, a lot of effect within industry and across industry, but that is a positive news in the long run, so we have positive correlation. Now, it's more difficult in the short to medium term, and Lone, you have mentioned that in a certain way. So there are some factors, some pros and cons in the short term. One of them is that we know is we have these stranded assets. So basically, we will need to replace capital that are produced and running on fossil fuel by new capital without increasing anything on output. So that's costly, stranded assets. So this is clearly negative. So that means that for productivity, it reduces the capital labor ratio, so negative on labor productivity. And the other factor, which has been also linked, and is linked, I think, with what we said in a previous session. So there is generally skill mismatch, but in particular, this will amplify the skill mismatch because these are new technologies that we need to have new skills, and there is clearly a gap there. If we look at for example, some studies that we have done, if we look at green job, they account for about 11% of the online opening in 2022. So that means that we need to create for the green transition at EU level about 1 to 2.5 million additional jobs by 2030. So a clear skill mismatch or skill gap and skill shortages. And in addition, also even the existing occupation, we will need to change our skills. So, and these jobs will be, of course, difficult to find. So if we look at the vacancy rate, for example, we see that between 2015 and 2021, the rate of vacant posts doubled in this sector, so going from 1 to about 2%, and the stronger increase is observed in the construction sector, where indeed you have an increase that is almost tripled in terms of the vacancy rate for these green jobs. So that were the negative side. Now on the upside, we have mentioned, has been mentioned as well. So there is an innovation potential, and this was used last slide, potentially in the economy. So potentially, if everything is going well, we're going to find huge, massive new technology. They will solve all the problems, and we can start consuming again. And so there will not be problem. But potentially, there is indeed an innovation, large innovation potential that will be positive for our emission, but also for labor productivity. Also, we have new capital. So these new capital generally are associated with increasing use of automation. So that's also positive for labor productivity. And generally, we have in this sector lower intensity of some of these green technologies. So again, good for productivity. Now, when we look at studies that exist, and basically ECB, but also OECD, they show this effect. So in the long run, we have a positive impact on productivity, but in the short run, we have a negative effect. So that means that there is a role for policy, for supporting the policies. So what are the policy implications? What can the EU do? So generally, climate policy is not about productivity. So climate policy is to reduce the emission reduction. But the question is, can we combine the two? So can we at the same time reach our goal on climate and also increase labor productivity? So already reaching the climate is difficult. Just getting even increased productivity, even more difficult, but it's in a certain way possible. There are at least some principles that we can follow. First of all, clearly, we need to maintain the incentive to decarbonize. And here, I mean, the central policy tool at the EU level is the ETS, so it's carbon pricing. This is clearly the optimal policy because it targets exactly the polluting industry, and that is working, and that's what we are doing. But generally, we need also to support, and we are, like in Denmark, we are also supporting additional policy because first, I mean, only taxing is difficult to sell politically, but also, I mean, there are other goals, in particular supporting the vulnerables or improving innovation. So, and here we can use subsidies. And that's, we can use subsidy for what? For supporting R&D. So, and here we have done some model in the Commission. So we have an EQuest model. So it's a macroeconomic general equilibrium model where we can test various policy here. And what we have seen is that, for example, when we use pricing, this is the best policy, but we can use the recycling of the revenue from these carbon taxes and subsidizing, for example, investment in clean technology that then reduce the negative impact on growth and on output generally. The third policy is also facilitate private investment because for sure the Draghi report has showed like very large numbers. These numbers are not very far from the numbers that we have published, and basically they are based on our numbers. So of course, but this cannot be financed by the public only. This is impossible. This is too large. So private sector has a role to play here. And so in here we have like, we can for sure facilitate this investment in terms of permitting and so on, but we can also leverage, and we have InvestEU, for example, which is a large role to play to try to and provide seed capitals and so on, so to try to help the private sector to finance these large investment. And lastly, of course, there is the skills shortages, which I've mentioned here. And again, we have like this, so a lot of things have been mentioned earlier in terms of dedicated training, but also trying to find skill intelligence to know what are the skills of the future and to promote all of this, an important role of adult learning, which has been mentioned, I think, by other speakers before. Now, in terms of the EU, what do we do? So as I've mentioned, so we have we have regulation, so basically, but we have also financing. So on the regulation, so the regulatory aspect, we have this ETS, as I mentioned, cornerstone of our policy, which is working. And this ETS has been, there is an agreement to broaden this to the road transport, to the building, with a full operationalizing in 27. But we have also this phase out of the free allowance at the same time, and the introduction of also the carbon border adjustment mechanism. All these are part of our regulation, and this is basically a policy that is working very well and that needs to stay. And as I mentioned, of course, this generates revenue according to our computation. For example, the first ETS would generate around 220 billion. Between 2040 and 2030, and then the extension, the broadening of the ETS, another 113 billion accordingly. So, and that can be used to basically finance technology or R&D and so on and so forth. In addition, we have also the Net Zero Industry Act, so which is a regulation that's been introduced very recently, and the idea is really to facilitate the permitting in that context, and also put structure in place on reskilling and upskilling. So that's really the regulation part of our policy, but we have also funding. And here, when we look at the EU fund, it's very, very green. So the 34% of the EU budget is really for climate policy, so it's quite a large part. So it's about 0.5% of the EU's 27 GDP. So, but we are far from the numbers of the Draghi report. But okay, there is limit in the what we can do at EU level. And then in particular, and so this budget includes also the Next Generation EU, so which is the part that we have. It's off budget, but this is the 800 billion that we have borrowed on market, and which is essentially used for the RF, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and we're here about 42% of, now it's about 650 billion, so 42% of this is really in expenditure only for climate policies. And in addition to that, we have also other policies to de-risk, and in particular, for example, in InvestEU, where basically more than 50% of the, so 53% basically of the program are contributing to the green policy. So last word on what are the trade-offs, and I think this is quite important. So I mean, we are the champion of this, Economist on the one hand, and on the other hand, so clearly there is always like, we cannot have it all. So first is like, so I've said there is a lot of investment that are needed. A part of it needs to be financed by the public. And here we have an issue because the financing means are limited. In particular now where we are, we have spent quite a lot of money. Government have to undertake some fiscal consolidation. So at the same time, you need to spend more on climate, but you also need to spend more on defense. It's a new priority. We need to spend more on digital transition. We need to have like a transition that needs to be fair, so more on social policy. So clearly there is a limit, and there will be choice need to be made. Here we cannot finance everything. So, and even if we look at the climate policy itself, there are some trade-offs because there are questions to be, what do we do? We have some budget. Do we invest, for example, prioritize the innovation in clean tech? So that is probably what is the best for productivity growth. So we are investing in the frontier. And this is where carbon pricing has not much of an impact. So that could be one policy choice. Or we can rather try to favor the deployment on clean tech in the heavy industry, which are difficult to abate. So that is a second policy. Or thirdly, we could decide that we want to focus on where the emission multiplier is the largest. So that is, for example, they're the ones where the abatement cost is lower, like building and transport. So we have really choice to be made in countries, but also at EU level to see where we put our money. And then the second trade-off, and I will finish there, that I wanted to mention is now, I mean, with the geopolitical situation, so there is, of course, an additional dimension that is coming in the EU policy is the dimension of economic security. And here, again, we have some trade-off because clearly we want, and we have done it with REPowerEU at EU level, we have facilitated, we need to accelerate this, the reduction, the decoupling from gas and oil in particular, because we're even more dependent than the EU, the US, and our cost is higher. So at EU level, there is clearly a need to reduce our consumption of this fossil fuel. But the risk is that then we create other dependency from other technologies. So that's one of the trade-offs. And the second trade-off is, of course, we can decide that we want to be independent and then produce more in the EU, but that has a cost. In particular, if we decide not to use the Chinese technology, that means that we have a risk of slowing down the reduction of emissions. So this is, again, an important trade-off, and I think that we are all here to think about those and find the best policy between all these trade-offs. Thank you very much.
Finally, we have Rodrigo.
There it is. Good afternoon. I'm the last one, so let's go. So is the green transition an opportunity or a risk for productivity? That's the question. And well, economists around the world are facing the challenges of adapting their industries to reduce carbon emissions, and at the same time comply with other environmental standards that keep getting ever more stringent, and rightly so, right? And in immediate terms, the move to a greener economy is privately costly, we know that, as resources have to be repurposed as investment in new projects, and also, I mean, there's stranded assets, as Géraldine was saying. The transition anticipates the depreciation of important assets. So this adds cost, right? This added cost appear to threaten productivity in the short term, at least, right? Under right conditions, that doesn't have to be that way, especially once looking at measures that fail to account for the environmental cost associated with the greenhouse emissions. Then it will show up as a threat to productivity. But also, we have the dynamics, right? The innovation required to undertake the green transition can itself, under the right conditions, create dynamic advantages that can lead to higher productivity growth in the future. We have seen this process in the past. There are many historical advantages of this type, examples, of this type of dynamics. For instance, the 1973 oil crisis had painful short-term effects in many countries, but the resulting stress increased the pressure towards the adoption of energy-saving technologies and innovations, and accelerated the search for alternative energy sources that have decreased in cost consistently ever since. There's also more recent evidence that higher energy prices can lower productivity in the short term, but increase it in the medium and long term. Some of it has been produced by OECD, and we've seen some of that in the previous presentations. So all countries are facing this short-term versus long-term productivity threat versus opportunity. But in this presentation, I want to discuss the special conditions under which Chile is facing the green transition, Chile and other countries too, because these conditions shape the risk versus opportunity perspective in interesting ways. Chile stands at a pivotal moment where it can harness the good part of the global transition, not only to improve its productivity, but also shape its future economic identity. At least for Chile, on balance, I think it will be clear that the green transition is an opportunity for productivity. So Chile, in the end, holds a key to the future of global electrification, but the question is, will it turn that key effectively? What makes Chile's situation different from many other countries, of course, is its endowment of natural resources. For one, this is a big head start in the green economy. The move towards electrification of the whole global economy has already created a surge in the demand of minerals essential for the production of electricity, copper, and storage, which is lithium. And Chile's world-leading reserve of copper and lithium position the country at the heart of the worldwide energy transition. Chile is already way ahead in renewable energy sources. Wind and solar generation plants are to be found everywhere in Chile. And the country is also way into fulfilling its international environmental commitments. Well, copper has been a major part of Chile's economy, as most people know, for a very long time, but lithium could be even bigger. Chile has between 36 and 40% of the world's estimated reserves, and also it has competitive advantages in terms of cost that are substantial due to four, basically, structural reasons. One is that reserves are in the form of brine, which is much cheaper to extract than hard rock. It makes it for a big cost advantage. Second, 90% of the reserves are in the Atacama salt flats, which have the highest concentrations. Third, the magnesium to lithium ratio is ideal, say the chemists. And the driest climate in the world makes for excellent evaporation conditions. With strategic investment in human capital and innovation, Chile could lead the world in sustainable resource development. And the copper and lithium industries are bound to profit handsomely from higher prices, and a healthy share of it will become government revenue through taxation, special royalties, and direct participation in production. And this extra revenue provides a unique opportunity to reinvest in building the innovation ecosystem, education, and sustainable technologies that will fuel the next phase of growth. I don't know how many of you are Game of Thrones fans. I hope the pun is not lost. So the million-dollar question is, will this new commodity boom that is surely coming, will it drive significant development of the country's capabilities needed to sustain higher productivity growth? To optimally leverage the temporary benefits of a commodity price supercycle into lasting sustainable development, there are at least 4 challenges in the way. First, it is key to timely ramp up production, right? Second, you need to keep the temptations at bay. I'm thinking about, for one side, fiscal temptation and also bad policy in general temptation. Paradoxically, sudden government increase in revenues can threaten long-term fiscal responsibility and also make it harder to vet good policies. Third, you need to use resources to invest in human capital that is highly relevant to the strategy you're going to pursue for development, both at the scientific and technical level. And fourth, you have to leverage the booming sector to develop the investment and innovation ecosystem. You have to maximize spillovers to other areas of the economy. Will this windfall create lasting value for the future? It is not a new question, of course, and one that many other countries, commodity exporting countries, have had to answer before in the past. And let's look at some past experience of somewhat missed opportunities that can provide important lessons for success. And I want you to look at the copper supercycle of the mid-2000s. It is going to be especially informative. To highlight the importance of getting the policy mix right this time, we're going to look at how the Chilean economy responded to that episode, the huge increase in the price of copper, and let's try to derive some lessons for the future. So there are many indicators that one can use to show the recent economic history of a country. I like to use this one, which is the gap of the USA versus Chile's per capita GDP, starting in the 1960s until last year. And one can more or less clearly see 3 sub-periods. First, until the 1980s, the gap was widening, and also notice the huge volatility. This volatility is explained by the denominator, not the numerator. It was Chile's instability that drives all these swings in this ratio. This was a period of generalized distorting policies in the end in key areas of the economy. We have price controls to control inflation, and critically, high barriers to trade, which sheltered domestic firms from serious competition. Then, after rebounding from a serious debt crisis in the early 80s, Chile starts a phase of rapid but decelerating growth, as you can see in the gray section of the graph. This was the area of materializing the rewards from dropping the worst policies, really, from the previous period, and deepening the integration of the Chilean economy with the world. Then, in 2014, the gap starts widening again, as Chile's growth really came to a still, and since investment has been sluggish and wages have stagnated. So here, clearly something happened in 2014. There's a lot of debate about that, but it's a topic for another day. I want to focus on a specific period which is highly relevant to our discussion. Because the most important change occurred in 2005. And you wouldn't know that looking at that graph, right? Nothing appears to happen in 2005. The trend kind of continues until 2013-14. No one noticed at the time, but there was a big change in the Chilean economy. what happened is that, well, productivity basically dried up. The period of 2005 onwards is one of no basically growth in productivity. Here you have two lines. The red one is the economy excluding the mining sector, which has its own productivity dynamics. The blue line is the whole economy, TFP. So TFP growth, you can see, is basically zero from 2005 onwards. So why didn't this show up in growth, in the growth figures? Let's look at a very simple decomposition, as one usually does. The decomposition of growth here, you can see, I want to focus on the blue rectangle. That's the contribution of TFP to growth. So you can see it dries up. It ends in 2005 onwards. Again, so why did the growth didn't suffer from this? Well, just when productivity went quiet, growth relied upon very favorable external conditions. The hit wasn't felt because of this pure coincidence. As productivity dried up, terms of trade dramatically improved, driven by the price of copper. And now we're coming back for our very present discussion. These are the index of terms of trade in Chile. You can see a huge, huge change right at the moment when productivity stopped growing. So what happened to the Chilean economy, to its political economy, when this last super cycle happened? What did and didn't work to transform this super cycle into this copper boom into an actual path for development? Well, remember, you need to ramp up production. You need to keep fiscal responsibility, temptations at bay, keep improving policy quality, invest in human capital, and innovate in the booming sector. So I put them in this order because what worked, what mostly worked, what mostly didn't work, and what didn't really work. So first, what worked, the private sector, private mining companies were able to increase their output very, very rapidly. They started mining into and digging into lower productivity mines and increasing costs, but they managed that. Temptations. So Chile started using a fiscal rule. Of course, many of you know that and were involved, perhaps in the setting up of that policy. Overall government spending became bound by structural revenues in the early 2000s. And critically, spending cap was tethered to the long-term price of copper. They would ask a group of experts for their forecast for the next 10 years of the price of copper. And that and not the current price would drive the calculation of structural revenues. That and also the long-term estimated potential growth, etc. So what happened is that, well, Chile saved a lot, started accumulating sovereign funds, but as exactly when copper prices kept rising, well, the long-term forecast also rose. Because actually, if you do the exercise, the long-term forecast is indistinguishable from a four-year moving average. So that makes fiscal policy actually pro-cyclical and with a lag. I'll speed up, sorry. So we accumulated funds, we were responsible, but in the end, we mostly spent it as, well, COVID relief. The quality of regulations have decreased. Any index on the matter shows that. Regulations are proliferating with little concern for the rationality and in many different sectors. In human capital, it turned out, well, that problem turned out much more difficult than it seemed. Primary and secondary education coverage increased, but human capital gains stopped at that coverage. Quality wasn't able to be really cracked. An ambitious program of scholarships for sending people abroad to study in graduate programs didn't really pay off well. In the end, we have to spend even more money to create jobs for the frustrated returning graduates in many areas that weren't really needed. And development strategies, well, that really failed. We set up a fund for competitiveness, but it was only used to create a strategy, a new development strategy every 4 years. And it was handed by the government almost in the last year of their term. And we're really disoriented on what to do in that respect. So, what we learned, first, that windfalls can lead to complacency. As Alvaro mentioned in the first session, you need to keep looking for smart reforms that increase productivity and be brave about it. Second, and the recent Nobel laureates teach us that, of course, institutions are key to counter pressures for ill-conceived policies. Human capital must be part of a development strategy. Throwing money at the problem won't solve it. And finally, a shared vision is key for industrial policy to be time consistent. So, I don't know how much time I'm past by. Okay, so let me just finish saying that there are some silver linings. We're facing this new windfall that's coming with building some interesting institutions. We're setting up a public policy quality and productivity agency that will evaluate with a bit more rigorously the programs and regulations. We're taking a strategic approach to lithium and the green hydrogen industries, which are broadly shared by all political sectors, with some exceptions. And there's a renewed fiscal responsibility commitment after the COVID normalization efforts. There's tax reform in the works and modernization and government modernization measures that will accompany those efforts. Well, I'm out of time. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rodrigo. You've got 5 minutes or 3. So if you have to go, we'll take any round of questions, particularly for Géraldine, before you have to disappear off.
Hi, Alvaro from the UK government, and maybe the rest of you can opine on this as well. So I was really interested, you mainly focused on supply side policies, so taxes, regulation, etc. I was wondering if you've done any policies more on the demand side to sort of get consumers or businesses that consume a lot of energy to consume less or do so in a more energy efficient or a green way.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So at EU level, we are essentially indeed looking at the supply, even though, I mean, but okay, we are not the only one to do it. I think that member states are doing that a lot. I mean, just this communication, this advocacy, these smart meters, and so on and so forth to reduce consumption. This is clearly, but also, of course, I mean, by working on the price, you reduce also the consumption in a way. So that's why this ETS is quite powerful in a way. Now, what we are doing also is subsidies, but again, the subsidy have this. We have to be careful about subsidies, because in a certain way, when it reduces, I mean, it reduced the price of energy, it reduced the price of the good energy, but generally it reduces, I mean, it increases. It has a downside effect of increasing consumption also of the bad energy as well. So we have to be careful. But so we work with all these different aspects. But I don't know if you want to add anything.
So yes, I think in Denmark the key thing is that the climate goal that we have is on the supply side. It is on production, on emissions from production. As we've seen in many other countries, and that leads to some sort of bizarre results. One of them is that we also have a very large shipping sector in Denmark, which emits, I think, I don't know, about half of the Danish emissions, but that's not really within this climate goal. So we don't really very much care about that. at least not. That's not where policy has been directed at to begin with. So no, we look very much at supply side. We do expect to see effects on prices and therefore an effect on demand. And also, I think you have more soft policies in terms of demand, in terms of information, of brands, of carbon emission content, on those kinds of things that enable consumers to make validated choices, but we don't really have the kind of hard policies in terms of taxations or regulation that we have.
Cool. Jens?
Thank you. I'll go back on the supply side. And a couple of years ago, economists would have wondering, what's going to happen with all these global savings we're having? We saw these very low interest rates, seemingly a lot of savings glut from aging populations across the world. If one thinks of the supply side here, I mean, a productive green transition must be about a lot of equipment. That's sort of machinery that's energy efficient, it's building that's being refurbished, it's more infrastructure like grids and renewables and so on and so forth. Do you have any guess or estimates, better, of how all that adds up? The scale of investment needs relative to the macroeconomy? Are we going to see a move to a more capital-intensive economy if we take it serious to go to net zero in 2050?
I'll take this question and then I need to go because I have a train to catch. So no, I don't have the numbers by heart, but indeed we have done some estimates of this if we look, but it depends on what we encompass. So the most, if I remember correctly, it's about 1 percentage point of GDP for, so as a public saving for just the, basically, if we look at the narrow set now, if we increase it further, we are, because the Draghi number that they are mentioning are very close to what, I mean, they are based on our number, but of course this is not so. I think that now Lucas is with me. I think it was like 5% of GDP, if I remember correctly, so which is used per year. So that is if we aggregate all the investment needs that we need on the supply and the demand and so on and so forth. But of course, this is not something that can be financed by public policy only, that will be private. But if you want the exact number, then I would have to dig. But we have done a lot we have impact assessment that we did for every policy. So, and that's public on the Commission website. So if you're interested, I can send you the numbers. And then I have to leave.
Thank you, Géraldine. So we'll grab a couple more questions before we finish. There's a lady over there.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Paloma López García from the ECB. So I have a question more for the Danish colleague. So I found it really striking that you said that you wanted to do this transition without changing business structure, because this is a structural transformation of the economy, and we are going to see a lot of entry of new firms with maybe greener capital, and then other firms want to enter, but they are going to find it too expensive. Some firms are going to exit. There is going to be reallocation of resources, and then there is going to be investment within firms in green technologies. And I have the feeling that we have done a lot of research at the ECB, at least, in terms of how firms are reacting in terms of patenting in green technology, etc., but not so much in terms of what is happening with the structure of the corporate sector. So what type of firms are entering? I mean, are a lot of firms exiting because of the higher carbon taxes, etc.? They are not necessarily the least productive firms. They are firms that maybe were very carbon polluting, but they didn't have the funds to green their capital stock or whatever. So do you have any information of what type of business movements were driving this very steep decline in CO2 emissions in Denmark that you showed? Do we know anything else about what type of structural change are we seeing in terms of corporate sector? Thanks.
Thank you. That's a difficult question. I think I also said, and I really mean that all those conditions that we have in the climate law, they are impossible to reach, especially at the same time. So a lot of what we thought about when we were working on this taxation scheme was, you know, the trade-offs between one and the other. You can get something that may preserve business structure quite a lot, not entirely. You'll never be able to do that. But perhaps it will mean very high costs in terms of compensating and reaching the carbon goals more slowly or something like that. So the answer to your question, I suppose, is no. We will see a change in the business structure, but I also think it's very useful in terms of thinking implementation of some of these things, because as policymakers, we want this change, we want it very fast, but you have to take, for lack of a better word, the real world into account. You have to have real companies actually really changing the way they work, investing in new technologies, investing in access to new energy and all those kinds of things. And if you move too quickly, I think the Danish case shows you risk people just throwing in the towel, or companies just throwing in the towel. And the way that the taxation in Denmark has been structured is so to avoid this, what should be a temporary transition, having very strong long-term effects on the way the business structure is in Denmark. Can we completely avoid it? No, we cannot. But there are actually technical opportunities for most carbon emitters in Denmark to change their emissions. And yes, we do actually, we can go into, because the graph that I showed, it is 46 companies. So in many ways we can actually go and we can talk to them, we know who they are. And in terms of some of the results that we've seen is for instance, this large cement factory changing from using coal to using different kinds of gases. That's a very large change. It's still carbon, it contains carbon, but it's much less carbon intense compared to before.
I think we had a final question just there.
Well, it's kind of a segue to again to Denmark. So you are definitely a pioneer in this area, and I think you're bolder than most countries. The question is mostly the consequences, right? So in terms of competitiveness of your companies, right? So I'm not even talking about outside Europe, but are you concerned that since you're taxing your companies a lot more than anybody else, are you concerned that you're going to lose competitiveness vis-a-vis other Europeans, for example? And how are you going to deal with this? And secondly, you mentioned subsidies, right? So are these subsidies compensating for the taxes or just for the investment that they have to do? Thank you.
Yes, we are concerned. And in terms of subsidies, it's sort of a multitude of different types of subsidies, but no, mostly it's not a compensation for the taxes. We're still working out the details on the taxes on the biological processes, but what you do get is a discount, which is dependent on the level of technology, because in terms of biological processes, it's difficult enough when you're talking industries, when you're talking, cows, getting them to their biological processes to work differently. It's a whole different ballgame. So in that sense, what we're working on is and we're on the frontier, so no one else is doing this, and no one else has documented it. So what we're working on a lot is trying to set create a framework where you can document and test and get this into the taxation framework, so that you might actually get a discount in case of you using different kinds of foodstuffs or whatever you might use to reduce emissions from, for instance, cows. So it's sort of a lot of different components that will have to fall into place at the same time, and one of them is particularly development and documentation of new technologies.
Thank you. And I think we have a question online for Rodrigo.
Yes. So the question is, decarbonizing can imply different growth paths for regions within a country. How can policymakers diversify production away from pollution-intensive industries in a region that has so far heavily relied on them?
Yes, well, that's a very hard question. Regions are very, very different, and since we, as a country, rely so much on mining, it's a big challenge. I think part of the benefits, or one of the similarities between the challenges that are facing European countries and us, is that we're going to have to develop technologies that really allow us for mining in a sustainable way, like green mining. I think this is the main challenge, and unfortunately, we're renegotiating now the mining, the concessions for lithium. The programs are ending in 2030, the largest one, and in the new contracts, they're inserting commitments that really drill into increasing R&D in a sustainable mining of both of lithium. There are big environmental challenges, and I think those can really drive a scientific base that can then spill over to other sectors. Otherwise, really, it's not going to happen. If it's not green, these investments are not going to be allowed. They're in insensitive areas geographically with communities, etc. So that's really a key concern, doing it in a sustainable way. We've been shy so far in introducing green taxes, which of course point the incentives in the right direction, but hopefully those can get approved in the future.
Okay, with that, I'd like to close this session and we can thank our panelists.
Un grand merci aux panélistes.
Well, I'd like to thank the panelists, and to close the day, I would like to call on Amélie de Montchalin, who's France's ambassador to OECD.
Alors, je crois que j'ai le droit de parler en français.
I believe I'm allowed to speak French because for those of you who do not speak French, of course, you have the translation headset. So I was delighted to host some of you yesterday at OECD, where the steering group got together, and so I'd like to welcome you here. I attended this afternoon's proceedings. That was a productive and interesting session. I would like to thank the Treasury Department, France Stratégie, and of course OECD, and I'd like to thank you all delegations part of this forum who came all the way to this room. And clearly the brains must have been very productive in view of the high temperature now in the room. I'm sure we certainly used our intellectual capital. Anyway, I would like to thank the WP1, the CIE, and all those who, between sessions of the Global Forum, working on these issues so that we have something to share when we do get together. It's not for me to give you a summary of the sessions, but maybe a few highlights and take-home messages on session one on how to explain the decline in productivity growth. There seems to be that the factors may be more subtle and need to be revisited, or at least looked at more closely. With the lack of labor shortage and skills shortage aren't the same thing. It all depends on the way organizations are structured, the way people are trained. So it's not just a matter of governments and state education, although that's important. And then there are demographic trends. You've mentioned migration and aging, and these are trends that are upsetting the labor markets in many countries, but also the economic scene for those companies for whom hiring is becoming more expensive, and so they'd rather hire people with lower skills who have lower wages, but then, as a result, productivity suffers as well. Now, the other session on human capital, and I was able to attend that, that was most interesting on the various points. This issue of sub-skills and soft skills. And interestingly enough, the word exists in English, but in French we don't have quite the equivalent. So we keep the English phrase soft skills. In any case, the OECD is one of the few venues that has been studying the matter. We have what is known as the Skills Center, which comes from the Education Directorate, and we look at, of course, the PISA service. But maybe one thing to consider in the future, those students with their highest sense of their own ability to progress, the self-agency skill, is that something determined from the early days in primary school, or can one make one's own progress and irrespective of the starting point? And that's one of the big issues. And it's true that depending on various ways of teaching, whether it's more individual or more collective, the self-agency dimension is quite significant, because if you come from a lower social category, of course, you'll find that self-agency is degraded because you believe that your fate is already sealed, and therefore it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You deny yourself access to higher skills, higher jobs, or more productive jobs, or better paid jobs. The other thing is the missing entrepreneurs. That is, if we were in a position to bring up the entire population to the same level of skills and trades and such like, well, we'd have many more scientists, we'd have many more entrepreneurs. And indeed, the figures presented by the Economist show that in France we could almost treble the number of entrepreneurs in the country if only we were able to get over these social biases. And OECD produced a very interesting report. I believe the STI department that produced this report on missing entrepreneur, it's together with the director, labor directorate of OECD. That's something that is well worth looking into more carefully as well. And then the third aspect is greening, or the green transition. How does that affect productivity? And that was well stated on the first level. Clearly, it's supposed to be a productive revolution, because if you use less energy in the production, by definition, you have a better productivity of aggregated factors. But how does that fit in with labor productivity? And there are two things that come to mind. Technology may be beneficial both for the environmental transition and for the labor transition, or for labor productivity. But it all depends on whether the artificial intelligence comes from green energy or not. Because if you use high carbon energy to supply artificial intelligence, and they won't be doing much good. So it all depends on what countries will decide on that front. The second point is the Draghi report that was often quoted, shows that a key element there, this trade-off between productivity, competitiveness, and the green transition. The whole point is, of course, the price of electricity and the volatility thereof. Because you look at prices as an economist, you look at price levels, but not so much volatility. And for many companies, volatility is a much more important issue, because that will determine their ability to invest and overcome the longer horizontals. And by the way, this brings me to another piece of information. OECD and France may have some relation to that new way of doing things. OECD then is going to bring on board systematically all climate and energy aspects in their country's studies, so that in every economic review of the country reviews, you know that there are 23 countries represented here, every 2 years when the EDR, the economic review country by country is done, we're looking at prosperity, growth, competitiveness, and green transition and climate transition. All this will be on board, and what was presented here by Denmark was much to the point. So it's not just a session during the productivity forum, but in all reports, that dimension should be taken on board. That took a year and a half of hard work and conviction, because if you're convinced of the necessity to bring together these two agendas in the way of doing things at OECD, this for some countries might seem rather exotic. Anyway, that is the way in which now our economic service will be conducted in the future. In any case, this forum shows that it is really necessary to have these cross-cutting talks. The Global Forum Productivity on Productivity is one venue where various expertises come together, and that is very valuable indeed. But the use of this is that we have peer learning. That is our working method at OECD, because countries compare notes and see how they can take a leaf from each other's pages. And then that becomes a place for cooperation rather than a mere comparison. Everybody is familiar with OECD charts for comparison purposes, but it would be good to move on from that to cooperation and coordination, because we see that very often, and that was the last question asked, the challenges because of our open economies and open by trade, decisions made in one country will have consequences elsewhere. So coordination and cooperation are necessary. It would be unfortunate that a move made by some countries would automatically bring about a loss of prosperity in other countries. I mean, we should go past zero-sum games to work to more win-win methods. And then this is a time to advertise. There are 23 countries here. We welcome Greece that has just joined the club, as it were, but we certainly hope to have more people around the table next time. And so by way of conclusion, so that you can get a breath of fresh air, the next move is you should go out, get some fresh air in Paris, and then you cordially invited at 5:30 across from this building, the Ministers' building. You'll have a view on the Seine River in Notre Dame, and maybe on the sunset later on. 5:30 people for cocktails, PM for cocktails, and tomorrow I look forward to more talks on these essential issues. Good night.